And where we are still in the throes of talking about our comments. So specifically, you have license law, you have commission rule, and then they wrote the comments. Let's call the comments like the Cliff's Notes of license law and commission rule. Now, not everything is in the comments, but a big chunk of it is. So we're under the license law and commission rule section, specifically looking at the comments. Good morning. And we are starting off on page 14 of the comments, if you're keeping up that way. So we're just working our way through this document. Once we get through the comments, we have a couple other things that we need to go back up, pick up from license law and commission rule. But again, you guys, the comments is the bulk of it. That's where you're going to find most of your tests for the state specific section. So that's why we're going through this. So we last left each other last week talking about retentions of records. And you can see it listed here. Who can remind me how long we have to keep records? I see practically everybody, yep, telling me 3 years. That's right, you guys. And that's from the successful or the unsuccessful conclusion of the transaction. If you meet a consumer for the first time and you give them the working with real estate agent disclosure and you never see them again, your 3-year clock starts at the end of that relationship. They came to your open house, you did your disclosure, and you never saw them again. That starts your 3-year clock. If you create agency, go on to contract and closing, whenever it's a done deal, whether it's successful or not. And who can remind me what it is that we retain?
Everything.
Yeah, I got you documenting everything. So what good is the documentation if you don't retain it? Everybody with me? So if it's related at all to this transaction, even a little bit, y'all, you don't know where the complaint's coming from, who is going to submit the complaint. So even if it's slightly remotely related to this transaction, document it and retain it for 3 years. So this is where we are. And up next in this section, we're talking about just some commission rules regarding commission and fees. Whenever we stand to make a commission, any kind of referral, bonus, any money, we have a duty to disclose that commission, all compensation, to our clients in a full and timely manner, full and timely disclosure. Now let's talk about this. This does not mean that we can be sitting, let's say, for example, you're working with buyers and your buyers are interested in new construction and the builder is offering the buyer's agent a $500 bonus. I have a duty to disclose that to my clients. Don't they have a right to know that? Because let's talk that through. If the builder is paying me $500, that comes off of the sales price. Who pays the sales price?
The buyer.
The buyer. So technically, who's paying me that $500 bonus?
The buyer.
The buyer. Don't they have a right to know? So any commission, any compensation, remember when we talk about compensation, it's anything of value. So this builder's offering you $500. Full and timely disclosure means I need to let my buyer know about this $500 bonus from the builder before they make an offer. They need all the information to consider all things when they're going into this relationship with the builder. We cannot wait until we're at the settlement table and say, by the by, as soon as you sign, I get $500 extra. Thank you. That didn't give them time to think it through. So any kind of bonus, referral fee, any kind of compensation, we've got to disclose in a full and timely manner. There are a couple of restrictions. I don't have to disclose everything about my compensation. For example, I don't have to disclose commission to customers. Remember, it's only clients that get that level of service because we only talk about our commission and our agency agreement. An agency agreement is what they use to hire me. It's what they use to become my client. So clients are the only one that get, disclosure of compensation. The other piece, the other restriction on this, I don't have to disclose my split, what I get from the firm, to anybody. That is nobody's business. The only thing we have to disclose is how much the firm is going to collect. That's what we discuss in our agency agreement. What the firm does with their money, nobody's business. How much they pay me, nobody's business. And remember, you guys, please always remember, the real estate commission doesn't get involved with commission. It doesn't get involved with your fees or your compensation. If you're not happy with your commission split from your firm, find another firm. Another good reason to talk to a couple different firms before you affiliate so you can compare and contrast those commission splits. Don't call the real estate commission if you're not happy with your split. That $500 bonus has to run through your firm. Remember, we can only be paid directly by the firm. Is the firm going to give you the full $500, or are they going to pay you per their compensation plan? That's up to the firm. So if you're not happy with any of these, don't call the commission. They can't help you. I have only ever known, I can only ever think of one time that the real estate commission is going to get involved with matters of money, with fees. Who can remind me what that one time is, and one time only?
Timeshare.
The timeshare developer. The timeshare developer. The commission can only fine the timeshare developer $500 per violation. The rest of us, they just discipline our license. So commission doesn't get involved with your commission, with your money. I feel like we've kind of harped on this enough. Compensation of an unlicensed persons by the broker is prohibited. Remember, unlicensed employees can only be paid hourly or salary. They cannot be paid a commission. They cannot be paid a referral. They cannot be paid a per transaction basis. So if you're hiring somebody to work for you 10 hours a week or 15 hours a week, then you need to be prepared to pay them only for that time that you guys agreed to. Don't try to, and it, your admin, your unlicensed employees help you out a lot. It's hard to do what you do if you get busy without help. So we want to say, wow, I appreciate everything you did. Let me give you a piece of my commission for this closing. And guys, we cannot do that. That's a violation of commission rule. In all this conversation, keep in mind that RESPA does control giving or receiving kickbacks or referral fees to or from settlement service providers. So let's break that down. Settlement service providers. Anybody involved in the contract to closing process, any professional involved in the contract to closing process. Are real estate brokers settlement service providers? Yeah, we're involved. Closing attorneys, the lender, the home inspector, the surveyor, everybody involved in the transaction is considered a settlement service provider. And what RESPA says is we can't give or receive any kind of referral fee or kickback for recommending services. So if I have my buyer call the lender that I use on a regular basis, I got a lender buddy, you will too, and I tell my buyer, you need to call my lender buddy. If my buyer decides to use my lender buddy, all my lender buddy can do is call me and say, thank you for another referral, Julie. They cannot offer me any kind of referral or kickback. What do they say? You can't receive $1, you can't receive a donut. Questions on any of our compensation? We talked to you guys. Actually, we talked about this last week. We talked a little bit about the broker in charge. Let's talk specifically about the different types of firms. If the company, if the corporation is set up as a firm, the firm has to be licensed. The firm has to have a real estate license. And if you're set up as a firm through the Real Estate Commission, all office locations have to have a designated broker in charge. So we talked last week about how you first become BIC eligible. Once you're BIC eligible, then you are just that. You are eligible to become the designated broker in charge. Just FYI, the commission will allow a full broker to go straight to a designated BIC if there's a case of emergency. They have to be active, they have to be non-provisional, and they have to have at least 2 years experience within the last 5 years full time. So a broker can go on to become designated, but the commission does require them to take that 12-hour BIC course within 6 months of designation. I don't know, you need to know that, but that's just FYI for you in the future. Sometimes, guys, the broker in charge, if the BIC doesn't show up at work today, if the BIC's a no-show, then the firm's got to act fast to get somebody in place. Because if the firm doesn't have an active license or the office isn't active, then none of us can practice under that firm. So it's important that the firm has, you know, a couple BICs or BIC eligibles laying around, that if the BIC doesn't show up to work today, we can all still keep going. Understand, firms have a BIC because the firm is licensed. The individual agent renews their license every year. The firm has to renew their license as well. We'll talk about renewal in just a second. So we got a designated BIC in each office location. I think I asked you guys this last week. If you got a firm with 5 office locations, how many designated BICs do I need? I need 5. I got to have 1 under each roof. A BIC can only supervise 1 office at a time under commission rule. So that's one option. Anybody want to go out on your own one day? Is that your long-term plan? I hear you. I know. Let me get my license first, Julie. I hear you. One thing at a time. I think we decided last week you guys are a couple years away anyway. But if opening your own firm is something you want to do, then I encourage you to, a couple years from now when you're ready, revisit license law and commission rule, because there's a good chance all this can change. So you have a firm. You can open up your own firm, be the only agent in it. You could be the firm and the designated broker in charge. You can be a one-man show with a firm. Another option that some licensees that want to go out on their own choose to do. They want to go out on their own, but they don't want a firm. They have the option. They can consider setting themselves up as a sole proprietor, also known as a sole practitioner. You can go out on your own, and you do not have to create a firm as long as you're not maintaining a trust account. If you want to maintain a trust account, you got to create a firm, and you have to have a designated broker in charge. We are talking about the trust account very soon. Let me skip that second one for right now. I'll come back to that. You can go out on your own, and you don't have to create a firm as long as you stay sole. You don't have any brokers affiliated with you. What does the word sole tell us? 1. So if you want anybody to affiliate, you got to have a firm license, and you got to have a designated BIC. Let's talk about this second bullet point. You can go out on your own and not create a firm if you're not going to advertise your brokerage services. You are not handing out business cards. You are not promoting yourself in any way. You're not on Facebook talking about, call me for all your real estate needs. You can't advertise your brokerage services. So hang on. How can you be a broker without advertising your brokerage services? Most of the time, sole proprietors or sole practitioners are like on a referral basis. I'll be honest, what you guys are looking at right here, this is my retirement plan. I'm going to remain a sole proprietor. I'm not going to advertise, but I'm going to refer my business out to agents that are in the business, that are working it. I can have an active license as a sole proprietor. The general rule of thumb is the only people that I'm doing business with are those that I reasonably know that I have a real estate license. Who reasonably knows you have a license? We're talking like mom, dad, significant other, BFF, right? Those people that you are close to, they cannot advertise your services. So you have choices. You create a firm, you become or you get a designated BIC, or you handle it pretty much on a referral basis. You can't take listings. As soon as you put a sign in the yard, you're advertising your services. You could work with buyers as long as you're working with buyers that reasonably know you have a license. You don't have to be a BIC to be a sole proprietor. That's correct. You can be a sole proprietor and not be a BIC as long as you're not trying to run a trust account, you're not advertising, or you only have one. You are it. Any one of these three changes, you got to license your firm and you got to become a BIC or get yourself a designated BIC. When you guys get into post licensing, you're going to learn more about firm licensing, your assumed name, creating your assumed name. You may or may not need to register that. You'll get all of that in post licensing. And I mentioned a few minutes ago, we saw this last week, so you guys already have it. But just as a refresher, we mentioned how you become BIC eligible. So you can have an active license, non-provisional status. You have to have some experience within the last 5 years. And then you have to complete that BIC course. So as I was saying earlier, this is the criteria to become BIC eligible. Once you're BIC eligible, then you're eligible to become the designated broker in charge. They will allow full brokers to jump right into the BIC eligible in case of emergency if they have the first two. And then the BIC, the newly designated BIC has, I think it's 180 days to complete that 12-hour BIC course. So they're reasonable. They understand things happen. But ideally, most of the time, brokers first become BIC eligible, and then you're positioned to become the designated broker in charge. The BIC has to renew their license annually, just like you and I do. We will talk about that in just a second. The BIC's got to keep their license on active status. If the designated BIC's license goes inactive, then the office is inactive. We got to have one per office. So when you renew, may not hurt to ask your BIC if they did too, just to make sure. Provisional brokers, by the way, if your BIC's license goes inactive, what do you think happens to your license? You're no longer supervised by that BIC. So you go back, that's right, you go back inactive. Full brokers, I don't need a BIC to be active. Provisional brokers, seriously, when you renew your license or when your BIC looks at you and says, did you renew? Look back at them and say, I did, but did you? Because you need them right now just as much as they need you. If the BIC fails to maintain their status, maybe their license goes inactive for whatever reason, maybe they don't do their continuing education, which we'll talk about, maybe they don't renew their license. If they fail to maintain their license, active status, renew it annually, then the BIC loses their BIC eligible status. Once you lose your BIC eligible status, to become BIC eligible again, you must take that 12-hour BIC course. BICs have a different CE than the rest of the brokers. We'll talk a little bit more about that. Just things that pertains to BICdom. Questions on the BIC? This is at least the second time they reminded us that we are not attorneys. We cannot draft legally binding documents. Again, you guys, this is another thing. Consumers are going to ask on the regular, can't you just cross this out? Can't you just write this in? I'm instructing you to do this. Remember, you guys, we follow our clients' lawful instructions. So despite what they say, I cannot, even if they insist, I cannot draft legally binding documents. I cannot offer legal advice. I cannot tell anybody, I think you should take title by tennis by the common because da 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 da. That's the attorney's job. So please make sure you stay in your lane. The only thing I'm allowed to do is fill in the blanks of the pre-printed forms that are provided to me. And as we looked at a couple of the forms, we just eased you in. But once you get in and you really start studying these forms, you're going to learn that the blanks are very specific on what they're asking me to put in. So it's not like I can just slip any old thing in there. The blanks are very specific, and that's all I can do is properly fill out the blanks. Most of the time, the forms that we use are our North Carolina Association of Realtor forms, our NCAR forms. However, I think it's important that you guys know that the NCAR forms, the Realtor forms, are not the only forms I'm allowed to use. I can use other attorney drafted forms. I can use other attorney drafted contracts or attorney drafted agency agreements. If I'm using anything other than provided to me through NCAR, then we need to make sure that we're following Commission Rule A.0112. Again, you don't need to know this. I just put it here for reference. But I think that's a common misconception. Realtors can only use Realtor forms, and that's not true. We can use any form drafted by an attorney as long as it meets this commission rule. It is not uncommon for that builder to have their own contract. Good morning. Are you allowed to draft your own rental contract? If you're doing it for yourself, you are now a party to the contract. So if you're doing it for yourself, parties to the contracts can draft, delete, edit. However, it's still recommended that you talk to an attorney. Because if you want to go in and make your own changes to something you're a part of, you don't know how that's affecting the rest of the document legally. So the parties to the contract can, just because they can doesn't always mean that they should. When you see them picking up that red pen and saying, I'll fix this, just protect yourself and advise them to in writing to talk to an attorney. We mentioned last week, we're talking about the long list of things that we're not allowed to do, the prohibited lists. And one of the things mentioned, we have a duty to report any criminal convictions once we've been licensed. You guys know to get your license, you have a background check done. You're not free and clear if you get yourself in trouble after that. So if you've been convicted, and note this word convicted, there's a difference in being charged versus being convicted. Convicted means the gavel has come down and the judge has said guilty. If you've been convicted of a felony or a misdemeanor, and if you've received disciplinary action from your other occupational licensing board, who else has a professional license? I'm not talking about your real estate or your driver's license, but you have another professional license. If you get yourself in trouble with that licensing board, once the disciplinary action's been issued, we have a duty to report that to the Real Estate Commission. And specifically, commission rule says we have a duty to report that within 60 days of the conviction or the disciplinary action. Failure to report will be a violation of commission rule and you will face disciplinary action. If you report, are you going to get in trouble? I don't know. The answer to that is it depends. Failure to report, though, means that you will face disciplinary action. I've seen this pop up quite a bit here lately in the disciplinary actions. How do they find out? I have no idea. But if they find out, once you've been licensed, questions on this?
So if you have your cosmetology license and you get convicted just doing something wrong, you have to report that
Correct. Within
60 days.
there it is. Yep. Anybody live near a border another state? Virginia, South Carolina. Thus, we got a little bit of Tennessee. Some of you that may border live close to another state, you may want to consider getting your license in that other state. So if you're in Charlotte, maybe you want to do business in Rock Hill, you got to get your South Carolina license to cross that state line. Some of you may want to consider getting yourself licensed in another state. Understand that state's real estate license is considered an occupational licensing. So if you get yourself in trouble, if you're licensed with the South Carolina Real Estate Commission and you get yourself in trouble with them, you got to report it to the North Carolina Real Estate Commission. Again, what are they going to do to you? I have no idea, but you got to report it. Other questions on this? How do you get licensed in other states? I don't know. Go to that state's real estate commission once you get licensed in North Carolina, one step at a time. Good morning. In Unit 8, we talked about our Residential Property and Owners Association Disclosure Act. The act covers the 2 seller disclosures. One of those seller disclosures is the Residential Property and Owners Association Disclosure Statement, in which the seller has 3 choices for most questions. They can say, yes, there's a problem. No, there's not. Or I'm going to exercise my right under caveat emptor and say no representation. The act only covers what happens if the seller doesn't complete the form. The seller has a duty to provide prospective buyers with the RPO's, Residential Property and Owner Association Disclosure Statement. The seller has no obligation to disclose, which gives them the right to say no representation if they wish. It's a mandatory form with optional disclosure. If the seller fails to provide the form, then the buyer could be allowed, per the terms of the contract, to terminate. If they terminate because of this, they'll get their earnest money and their due diligence back. The other form covered under the act is our MOG, Mineral and Oil and Gas Mandatory Disclosure Statement. This covers whether or not the seller has or intends to sever the subsurface rights. I think this takes us back to something we said very, very early. We all agreed. Buyers have a right to know what they're buying. So if you're buying a tract of land and you don't have the rights to those minerals and oils and gases, don't you have a right to know that? And that's what this statement is covering. So these were in Unit 8, both the forms. Good morning. In Unit 21, we talked about our closing disclosure. We talked about our responsibility as brokers with the closing disclosure. So we have a duty, first off, to ensure that all of our clients get the closing disclosure. Now, most of the time this happens at closing or at settlement, and the attorney is handing the client the closing disclosure. You and I, though, are going to be at settlement with our clients. So we're going to see that happen. We're going to ensure that the attorney handed that to the client. And yeah, we're going to go to closing or settlement with them, you guys. We've been with them since day one of this, right? Don't we want to see this thing through to the end? We still owe them old car until it's done. So we are strongly recommended to go to settlement with our clients. I'll tell you guys, I know numerous of us have bought a house. It's a stressful experience. Would you guys agree with me? It's a very stressful experience. And I tell you what, I bought my little condo. I was mid-20s, so I was young and dumb. I don't really know what I was doing. But I bought my little condo and I woke up that morning and I thought, what am I doing? I'm getting ready to make a 30-year commitment. At this time, I was still single. I haven't even made that commitment to a significant other, not alone a lender. Are you kidding me? By the time I got to the attorney's office, I swear I was shaking. I got out of the car and my knees were jello. I was like, what in the world am I doing? And about that time, I wasn't licensed yet. So about that time, here comes my agent across the parking lot. Yoo-hoo, you ready to do this? And all those fears just, well, not all of them, but many of them went away. It was nice to have somebody on my side. It was nice to have somebody with me. So if nothing else, be a familiar face. Not only are we going to make sure that that closing disclosure gets delivered to the client, we have a duty to review these CDs for accuracy. Remember, we have a duty to review the closing disclosure for things that I should know. So I want to review the sales contract and make sure those numbers are accurate in the closing disclosure. Any amendments to the contract, make sure that the attorney got those updated terms. Any invoices throughout the transaction you receive. You guys now know how to prorate taxes. You know how to calculate interim interest. We can go back and make sure that those numbers are right. We can also just straight line add up the bottom line figures, make sure what your buyer's going to bring and your seller's getting is accurate. You're going to do a full-blown settlement statement in post-licensing. So we'll spend a lot more time with it then. Questions or comments? The next section is our trust account. We have danced all around the trust account. So now here we are officially meeting the trust account, also known as the escrow account. You'll hear us use them interchangeably. So the trust account and the escrow account are one and the same. The basic definition of a trust account, it's an account that has somebody else's money in it. That's what it's about right there. Your money does not belong in the trust account. It's a safe place. It's a safe holding place for somebody else's money. If you're a broker that is going to hold money for somebody else, then you have to set up a trust account. So shake your head, yes or no. Do all brokers have to set up a trust account? Do all brokers have to set up a trust account? No, only the ones that plan on holding money for others. Why don't you guys set your chats to private? And tell me in a private chat, what are some examples of monies that you might be holding for others, for sale and for lease? Hint. What are some examples of some monies that you might hold for others? can tell whose avenue. My property management people are answering like property managers. All right, let's see what we're getting here. I'm seeing lots of earnest money deposits. If you're going to hold an earnest money deposit for your buyers and sellers, you need a trust account. Remember, the earnest money goes into the trust account, and it's just a safe place. It's an impartial third party that's holding this money on behalf of the parties. If you were buying my house and I looked at you and said something like, okay, let's say we agreed to $5,000 earnest money. And I look at you and said, I'll just write me a check. You can trust me. How do you feel about that as the buyer? Is your eye twitching a little bit? So what do? We put this in a safe place. We put this in a trust account. Let's see, what else are we seeing here? I'm going to come back to that. Deposits, security deposits specifically. If you're a property manager, you're going into property management, you're going to be holding security deposits on behalf of the tenant and the landlord. Most property managers have to have a trust account because they're holding that money for somebody else. Rent can also run through the trust account. So when the tenant pays rent, we put in the trust account and then disperse it from there. Yep. HOA dues, assessments. Yeah, we'll talk about that in just a second. Question comes in, can you just use your firms for that? Yes, if your firm has one. Let me tell you guys something right now. I'll be very honest with you. Most sales firms are doing away with the trust account because it is a liability. There's, back in the day, those disciplinary actions was like trust account, trust account, trust account, trust account. So what sales firms have figured out is, I don't want to hang on to this. It's too much risk. However, our closing attorneys must have a trust account because our closing attorneys are handling proceeds from the closing for others. So that money, that closing money, has to run through the attorney. If you affiliate with a bigger firm, a brand firm, they may still have a trust account, but most of your smaller regional or mom and pop firms, if you will, are doing away with it. I'll talk about HOA in just a second. The other thing I saw come in the chat that we need to have a conversation about is the due diligence fee. The due diligence fee does not belong in the trust account. Who can remind me what happens to the due diligence fee? There it is at contract formation. What do we do with that due diligence? Who pays who?
It goes to the seller.
That's right. The buyer pays the seller. It goes directly to the seller. So we don't have to hold it. We're just going to act as delivery. We're going to act as courier. Everybody with me? Question comes in. They can use it right away? Absolutely. I tell my sellers, get this thing in the bank today. Because if it bounces, and sometimes they do, if it bounces, we need to know so we can address that. How do we address it? It's spelled out for us in the contract. They take the guesswork out. But I tell my sellers, here's a due diligence check. Get in the bank. Go out to dinner tonight. Go treat yourself. You want to go get some fire, or what's it called? Fire and sticks. Yeah, go get you a nice dinner tonight. They can use that money right away. So is everybody good with that? The due diligence does not go in the trust account. It goes straight from the buyer to the seller. If you and I are involved in that, we're just plain courier. So the big picture of the trust account, somebody else's money for those property managers that have a trust account, for those sales firms and those closing attorneys that have a trust account. In addition to a trust account, they also have their operating account. Your operating account is where your money goes. It's where you pay your bills, pay your agents, you receive your commission. That's your money. So those with a trust account have two accounts. So let's talk about some specifics of the trust account. There's three primary features. It's got to be separate, meaning it's not an operating account. Again, the trust account only has somebody else's money. If accounting is part of our old card, that's a great question. If accounting is part of our old card duties, why wouldn't a broker need a trust account automatically? because we only need a trust account if we're going to hold it. So for accounting, I am accounting for it. I'm making sure it happened. I'm making sure that buyer put in the earnest money, buyer paid the seller. I'm accounting for it. I only need one if I'm going to hold that earnest money, if I'm going to hold. Otherwise, I'm just playing courier. And under my old car duties, do I have a responsibility to make sure that that money is delivered safely? Absolutely. That's what I'm accounting for. Guys, anytime you have somebody else's money in your possession, it is your responsibility. So my suggestion to you is to get it to where it needs to go. So the trust account is separate, meaning it's separate from the operating account. It's custodial, which means who has access to it is limited. The broker in charge is ultimately responsible for it. That office is ultimately responsible for it. The BIC chooses who can access it. An unlicensed employee can maintain the trust account, but most of the time, brokers in the firm aren't going to have access to the trust account. Specifically, a custodial account means people with money in it don't have access to it. So who can get to it is very limited. If you affiliate with a firm that has a trust account, they will, part of your onboarding, your new agent orientation, they will tell you their firm's policies, how they want you to handle that trust account. A trust account, those funds need to be available on demand. Let's say you're in a sales firm and you have a really, really bad day. What would I define a bad day? Every single one of your contracts terminated today. Dang it, that's a bad day. Money on demand, available on demand says if everything terminates today, I got to pay it out today. I can't look at those buyers and say, well, you got to wait till Friday. It is there. Remember, I'm not spending it. I'm not touching it. I'm just holding it. So if everything terminates today, property managers, if all of your tenants terminate today, then we need to be able to deliver those security deposits, earnest monies on demand. So to set up a trust account, like we said, it's a demand deposit account. It's got to be a bank FDIC. If you don't see that on sticker on the front door of the bank when you walk in, then you can't put your trust account there. For example, most credit unions are not FDIC. The bank has to lawfully be doing business in North Carolina. They don't need to be physically located in the state of North Carolina, but they have to lawfully be doing business. And the bank and the broker has to agree to make those records available at any time. So if the commission walks in the door today and says, show me your books, let me get you a cup of coffee, give me 20 minutes, and I'll be right back. You can't say, come back tomorrow, that'd be better for me. If they walk in today and want to see the books, we have to agree to share them. I sometimes think as the commission, kind of like the IRS, like if they launch and if they open an investigation, what's stopping them from saying, hey, while I'm here, let me see your trust account records. Ooh, and let's see all of your working with real estate agent disclosures. So I wouldn't put it past them. If you hit their radar, I wouldn't put it past them to further investigate. Other specifics of the trust account, the actual words, trust account or escrow account, has to appear on all items related to the account. So bank statements, deposit tickets, checks, everything needs to identify that it's a trust account. So everybody knows that it's not your money. If you were a one-man firm and you are the designated broker in charge, if that individual broker in charge passes away, the firm dies too, yes? We don't want these people's money held up in the estate. So by identifying it as a trust account, by identifying it as a trust account or an escrow account everywhere, it tells others it's not my money, it's somebody else's. We also have to keep accurate records, excuse me. What's the transaction? Who are the parties to the transaction? What date do we deposit? What date do we withdraw? So we need accurate records. For the most part, the commission says brokers only need one trust account. You have firms that do for sale and for lease. And the question is, if I'm doing both, do I need more than one trust account? The answer is that's up to you. The commission's only going to require you to have one. You may choose to set up two trust accounts, one for the for sale part, one for the lease part, just for your books. But for the most part, they only say one trust account is required. The exception to this rule is if you're a property manager managing HOAs. Each HOA needs their own trust account. So if you're managing 3 HOAs, you need 3 trust accounts, one per HOA. I mentioned earlier, trust account popped up in the disciplinary action on the regular, which is what made a lot of real estate sales firms say, yeah, no, we don't want to do this anymore. And I'll tell you, when those popped up in disciplinary action, what the issue was commingling. Your money doesn't belong in the trust account. Other people's money doesn't belong in your operating account. You've got to keep that separate. And guys, I don't know, I'm naive. I think at the end of the day, people are good. I think sometimes they just get themselves in a situation and they're looking for a quick fix. Let's say it's the middle of February, you're having a tough month and you're not able to pay your power bill. It's cold out there, isn't it? And you're not able to pay your power bill. And you get notice from the power company that says, if we don't get payment today, we're cutting it off. You know you're getting paid on Friday. Can't you just borrow money from the trust account today to pay your power bill and then pay the trust account back on Friday when you get paid? Unfortunately, thank you guys for shaking your head no, because unfortunately, no. You cannot commingle. You cannot mix those two. And as always, most good rules have an exception. The exception to the commingling, if your bank charges fees and they're going to automatically withdraw those fees, then you can have no more than $100 of your own money in the trust account just to cover the fee. And when that deplenishes, then you can replenish it with no more than $100 of your own money. So if they're going to do an automatic monthly withdrawal, $12 a month, for example, for having the account, then you can have no more than $100 of your own money to cover that. Trust accounts can be interest-bearing accounts, which means the bearer of the trust account will earn the interest. Once a month, they need to take their earnings and transfer it to their operating account. The contract would need to specify if it's an interest-bearing account. And our standard offer to purchase and contract says that the escrow agent may use an interest-bearing trust account. So as long as the parties are aware of it.
Can you repeat what interest-bearing trust account is?
You collect interest.
And the money goes where, you said?
Into your operating account. Because that's your money.
Thank you. My screen started breaking up. Thank you.
Sure. That's your money. So once a month, when you earn your interest, when you get your $1.36, you can transfer that right over to your operating account. As we said, you guys, the broker in charge is ultimately responsible for the trust account, even if they have an employee managing it. Back in my administrative days, I was the unlicensed employee managing the trust account on behalf of our office, but I had to check in with my BIC once a month. When I got that bank statement, that was my time to sit down and balance that thing out. And I'll tell you something right now. If I didn't get that thing to balance, my BIC didn't want to talk to me. He didn't want to see me until I had that thing balanced. If the commission were to ever walk in our front door, they're not talking to me. They're talking to the BIC. And that's why he was very, which I'm grateful for him, but he was very particular about how that trust account was managed. And he was adamant about signing off on it every month. I think one time I was off by like 12 cents. Is one of those bang your head on the table moments, you know, like where the heck is 12 cents? And I even offered, I said, can I put 12 cents in? I'll go to my car right now and dig around on the floorboard and find you 12 cents. Can I? And what do you think he told me? No. Dang it. I found it. Those records got to be current and accurate. Commission rule doesn't specify what current and accurate means, but you know what? Again, the bank statement comes out once a month, every 30 days. So wouldn't that be a good time to make sure that everything balanced? And again, you need to have accurate records. So you always need to accurately show money going in, money going out. When it comes to handling earnest money deposit, we're not talking about security deposits, but when it comes to handling earnest money deposits, there's commission rules on how trust accounts, how escrow agents handle earnest money deposits. And one thing that they regulate with those earnest money deposit, that's what EMD is, earnest money deposit. Commission rule says that you cannot disperse the earnest money deposit to the settlement agent no more than 10 days prior to settlement. At some point, we got to get that earnest money to the closing attorney, to the settlement agent, so they have all funds to take into account when they're distributing them. Commission rule says you cannot disperse it. The firm cannot release it to the closing attorney no more than 10 days prior to settlement. If your sales firm isn't holding earnest money, that means the closing attorney is, which means they already have it. So they'll do their thing. You only have to get it to them if your firm is holding it. And another commission rule regarding our earnest money deposit is if that earnest money deposit is ever in dispute. We know if the buyer terminates within their due diligence, the buyer gets their earnest money back. If the buyer terminates after due diligence, the seller gets their earnest money back, or gets the earnest money. We know this because that's what the contract says. If we ever terminate, the parties have to agree to release the earnest money. So if we terminate, what happens with that earnest money doesn't happen automatically. We have to agree to release it. If you don't agree to release it, then that earnest money is in dispute. The escrow agent, even if they're an attorney, the escrow agent can't release it without the party's permission. Remember, they're an impartial third party holding this money on behalf to the buyers and the sellers. So they can't make decisions about what happens to this earnest money. So if anybody, either party's not willing to release it, it's in dispute. The settlement agent, or the escrow agent, I should say, the escrow agent can make several attempts. I know we used to send out certified letters, you know, so we had verification that they received it. After several attempts, after X amount of time, and I don't remember what the X amount of time is, but after X amount of time, the escrow agent has the option to release the funds to the clerk of courts and let the two go downtown and hash it out in small claims courts. So the escrow agent cannot release that earnest money if we don't have agreement by all parties. They cannot release it to the parties unless they have agreement. For X amount of time, they don't want to deal with it anymore, they can release it to the clerk of courts and the two can go downtown. Questions on that? Disputed trust funds? There's commission rule on how long we have to get this money in the trust account. So we have 3 banking days from receipt or contract formation, whichever one happens first. The most common is going to be receipt after contract formation. So you go under contract, congratulations. Your buyer gives you an earnest money check, you get it to your firm. Your firm has 3 banking days of receipt to get it in the bank. You may also find yourself in a situation where you're in the throes of negotiating the offer. And the buyer looks at you and says, here's my earnest money check. Can you just hang on to this for me while we're negotiating? Guys, understand, nobody owes any money until that contract's been formed. So when we're in the throes of negotiation, we're not going to deposit that because we don't know that we're going to work this out yet. You've just been asked to hang on to somebody else's money. So in that case, we already have it, but that 3-day clock is going to start from contract formation. So 3 banking days of receipt or contract formation, whichever happens first. The exception to this good rule is if you receive cash. If your firm allows you to receive cash, cash goes in the bank immediately. You guys need to get cash to your BIC as soon as you have it. Remember, when it's in your hand, you're responsible for it. Myself personally, I'm not comfortable driving around with $5,000 in cash as somebody else's money. It's really easy to get a cashier's check, a money order. Your firm very well may have policies, but if they do accept cash, get it to your BIC, even if you're not under contract yet. Get it to your BIC. Your BIC can get it in the trust account because cash is readily available. You don't have to wait for cash to clear. Provisional brokers, you guys can never walk around with somebody else's money. As a PB, if anybody ever hands you money, you need to immediately get it to your broker in charge. So if that buyer of yours says, here's my earnest money deposit, hang on to this for me until we form a contract, you need to get it to your BIC. Provisional brokers cannot walk around with somebody else's money. That's one caveat you guys have. Get it to your BIC. All of us at some point are going to have option money or due diligence fee in our hand. Again, we're just acting as courier. So buyer's agents, you go under contract today. Yay. You're going to call your buyer and say, congratulations, I need to meet you somewhere today to get those 2 checks from you that we talked about. You want me to meet you at the bank? You want to meet you at Chick-fil-A? What? So we're going to meet them. Once I pick up that due diligence fee, once I pick up that money from my buyers, I got to get it to where it needs to go. No more than 3 banking days. Let me rephrase that. No more than 3 calendar days. Excuse me, calendar days. Again, you guys, get it to where it needs to go. If you have somebody else's money in your hand, deliver it. If, let's see, you're the buyer's agent, we went under contract today. You call your buyer and say, we need to meet up this afternoon. And they say, I'll run by the bank on my lunch break. Meet me here at 12:30. And you say, great, I look forward to seeing you. You pick up those checks from your buyer. You get a due diligence check made out to the seller. You get an earnest money check made out to the escrow agent. You are en route to deliver them. And your buyer calls you and says, don't deliver that money. Do not deliver that money to the seller. In that case, you guys, I've got to follow my client's instructions. Now, I can tell my client, This could be cause for the seller to terminate. I know. Do not deliver it. It's not my money. I'm simply playing as courier. Once I've delivered it, there's nothing I can do about it. But if it's still in my possession and they tell me not to deliver it, we have to follow their instructions. Questions on that?
I have a question.
Yeah.
So I know the BIC is in charge of the trust account.
Mhm.
Now, can a non-provisional broker deposit money into the trust account?
That would be up to the BIC. And I'm going to say most BICs are not going to let you do that.
Okay.
They
But
want
if
that
it's
control. So I'm going to say, BJ, when you get those checks, you bring them to me and I'll make the bank run once a day because I got to update my ledgers. I got to update my records, right? I got to have all that. So I don't want you going to the bank. I want you coming to me. And that's just a control measure of the BIC.
So all money basically goes to the BIC if it's for the trust account.
Wow, that's a better point. All money goes to the BIC. Because
Okay.
remember, whose money is it?
The firms.
The firm.
Thank you.
Is the escrow account usually an attorney or the BIC? So that's who would you give the money to? Most real estate sales offices, sales firms don't have the trust account anymore. And if your sales office doesn't have the trust account, then we have to use its escrow agent that's a closing attorney. So maybe your firm has a trust account, maybe they don't, you use an attorney. And you'll know. There's even a place in MLS, a field that says listing firm holds EMD, Y or N. So you tell all those agents whether or not they can bring the money to you when we go under contract, or if they need to decide on a closing attorney. And the last thing I want to say about trust accounts before we take a break, everybody is responsible for safeguarding any money, regardless if your firm has a trust account or not. If you have somebody else's money in your possession, you are responsible for it. Remind me one more time what the Real Estate Commission's main purpose is.
Protect the
Public.
Protect the public. If you have the public's money in your hand, the commission is going to make sure that we're safeguarding it. Makes sense, doesn't it? Best way to protect the public is to protect their money. What if you give the money to the firm and the money is missing? Ugh. Are you still liable? I'm going to say it depends. They're going to have to review it. We can't answer that. But remember, they're not coming after you, the individual agent, if it goes missing. They're going after your BIC. Could your BIC dismiss you from the firm? Sure. But guess what? There's other firms out there. The BIC is the one that's ultimately responsible for the trust account, not the broker. Questions about the trust account? Let's take 10. We come back, we're going to finish up the comment section and then get into a couple other pieces that we need to go back and pick up. Cameras are on. Then take attendance. What questions do I have on the trust account? The last little piece in the section or in the comments section then is pretty nice refresher of our BPOs and CMAs, broker price opinion and comparative market analysis. This is the broker's version of the appraiser sales comparison approach. And as you can imagine, because we are coaching our buyers and sellers and lessors and lessees about the probable sales or the probable leasing price, we're giving out some pretty important information, aren't we? Now look at the seller and say, I think your probable sales price is. The commission needs to ensure that we're performing these things properly, which is why it falls under both license law and commission rule. You got license law about BPOs and CMAs, you have commission rule as well. Remember, only the appraiser gets to use the word value. And I have taken attendance. So if you're just coming back, making sure you're letting me know. And if you're not sure, just let me know anyway. So this is only used to determine probable sales price, probable lease price. Take that word value out of your vocabulary unless you become an appraiser. Once you become a licensed appraiser, you can add that word value back in. Commission rule, license law says it's got to be in writing. Retention of records says we need to keep everything for 3 years. You get a little bit more on BPOs and CMAs and post licensing. I strongly recommend all of you get training on these as you're learning how to do them. I know, for example, the Winston-Salem Board of Realtors has CMA training like once a quarter. I can't speak for other boards, but I'd be willing to bet if you search in their calendar, you might be able to find something your firm should offer you training. Make sure you get yourself experience on these once you get licensed, so you're doing them properly. That's the key. Guys, I'm going to be very honest with you. You can generate these things to make them say whatever you want. Is that's what best for my client? Telling them what they want to hear? No, that's why we say you got to properly prepare these things. Questions on our BPO CMA? So this rest of this section is stuff, it's not in the comments. Some of it we've even talked about, but it's stuff I've pulled straight from license law and commission rule. I don't have page numbers to reference for you guys. So all we have is the information. Again, some of the stuff we've talked about. So let's grab the rest of this section. There's a general broker's provision that discusses your proof of license. Once you get licensed, you'll get a nice 8.5 by 11. Get you a frame for it. If you want to hang it, you're not required to. Each year that you renew, you're going to get a new pocket card. We will learn in just 1 minute that all of our licenses expire on June 30th, unless we renew them. So once you renew, you get a new pocket card for that year. You can see I'm current. There's my pocket card for this year. The pocket card is just that. Anytime you're engaging in the activity of real estate, a brokerage activity, you need to have your pocket card on you. So you can actually print it out, put it in your wallet. It's perfect wallet size. You could also get a digital version that you can carry around on your phone. Anytime you're engaging in any brokerage activity, is doing an open house a brokerage activity? Is going to CE a brokerage activity? Yeah, have it on you. That's why they make it easy, either in your wallet, on your phone, or if you're a nerd like me, I got it on both. That's exactly right. You're not supposed to get behind the wheel of a car without a driver's license, right? You shouldn't practice real estate without your current pocket card on you. As mentioned earlier, all firms are also licensed. They have to renew every year as well. The firm has to display their license. The individual agent you can choose. I don't have to have mine here, but I have it because I'm proud of it because I worked hard for this thing. You guys remember I sat where you sat at one point. So proof of license. Ladies, if you're going to go to the beach, if you're going to travel this weekend and you whip out your vacation purse, don't forget to switch that thing over. Because what if you're sitting at the restaurant and somebody finds out you're from North Carolina and they say, wow, I've always wanted to buy a house in North Carolina. Now you're engaging in brokerage activities at the beach, right? Have your pocket card with you. Disclosure of offers prohibited. We cannot disclose the terms of an offer without permission of the offeror. Who can remind me who the offeror is?
Seller.
Don't say buyer.
The
I heard
person
it.
giving the offer.
The giver, the person giving the offer. So we can't disclose the terms of the offer without that person's permission. Listing agents, you're going to get a call from a buyer's agent. And they're going to ask you, especially in a multiple offer world that we're living in right now. And they're going to ask you, what's the highest price offer you have in your hand right now? Understand, there's no commission rule preventing anybody from asking. The commission rule addresses how we respond. So listing agents, when you have multiple offers and that one agent calls you and says, what's the highest price offer you have in your hand right now? Can you answer that question on your own accord? No, not unless you get the permission of that offeror that made that highest price offer. And let's be very honest, is any offeror in their right mind going to give you permission? Yeah, tell them what I offered. Tell them how high I was willing to go. Give them a chance to beat it. Is anybody in their right mind going to give you that permission? No. So make sure. What if, all the what ifs. What if you are one agent working with two buyers and lo and behold, both those buyers become interested in the same property? Can I pit the two against each other? Can I look at the Joneses and say, well, I know this is what the Smiths are thinking, and Smiths, I know what the Joneses are thinking. You cannot disclose the terms of an offer without the offeror's permission. If you're in that situation, what you do for one buyer, you need to do for both. You pull the same CMA for both. You provide them the both situation, the same information. Always remember, you guys, I am a fact finder. I help gather the facts so they can make an informed decision. Who is making the decision? They are. So I'm not going to look at my buyers and say, offer this, offer that. I'm going to say, here's a CMA. This is what I think the probable sales price is. Let's talk about what you're comfortable doing. Is everybody with me? So disclosure of offers prohibited. We mentioned this renewal. Let's talk about our license renewal period. As mentioned, everybody's license, all licensees expire on June 30th, unless they're renewed. I think it's so important that we understand our North Carolina Real Estate Commission does not operate on a calendar year. They operate on a physical year. And their physical year is July 1st to June 30th. We have every year a renewal period. The renewal period is when we have each year to renew our license. And that renewal period is from May 15th until 11:59 p.m. on June 30th. To renew your license, all you have to do to renew is send in the renewal fee during the renewal period. Now, last year and the year before and the year before that, and as far back as I can remember, the renewal fee has been $45. Is that subject to change? Of course it is. But just FYI, for your information, as far back as I can remember, the renewal fee has been $45. So what I'm telling you is, in a sense, we have 45 days to pay $45. Once you get licensed, you have your own log on to the Real Estate Commission's website where you can access your records, and you can also pay that renewal fee. They accept all major credit cards and PayPal. So you can pay that renewal fee online to get your new pocket license. When you pay the renewal fee, your license is current. Let's put that up here. When you pay the renewal fee during the renewal period, your license is current. A current license has everything to do with paying the fee. A current license has nothing to do with your education. We will talk about education in just a second. A current license has everything to do with paying the fee. As a matter of fact, when you guys see the word current, why don't you see the word currency? So there's 2 steps to having an active license. Step 1 is to be current. How are you current? You show them the money. You pay them the fee, and you have until 11:59 p.m. on June 30th. Failure to pay the fee means at the stroke of midnight on July 1st, your license is expired. So the first step in understanding your license status, are you current or are you expired? And it has everything to do with paying the fee. I'll bring in education in just 1 second. This is probably one of the more confusing parts about your license status. So I think it's important that we separate current and expired. Let's call that step 1. Step 1, pay the fee during the renewal period, no later than 11:59 p.m. on June 30th. I get questions all the time. Well, can I just submit it on January 1st? No. The renewal period doesn't open up until May 15th. You got 45 days to go online and submit your credit card information. Can we handle that? How often do we submit our credit card information online anyway? So this is just one other place. Questions on this? Michelle, was that a question? Okay. Just want to make sure I didn't miss you. To pay the fee, your license is current. You have shown them the money. Failure to pay the fee means your license is expired. I will talk in just a second about how you can reinstate your expired license. It's not over yet. So now let's talk about how you have an active license. Non-PBs. I'll talk about you guys in a second. Full brokers, to have an active license every single year, July 1st to June 30th. There are 2 steps you have to take. First off, you have to pay the fee, meaning your license is current. Also, full brokers have got to do CE. We'll talk about CE in just a second. But just to let you know, for right now, we do 8 hours of CE every year. We do 2 4-hour CE classes. So all you need for an active license year after year after year is to pay the fee and do your CE. Kind of rhymes a little bit, doesn't it? How do you have an active license? Fee and CE. Again, I'll talk about CE in just a second. So a current license can be active, assuming you do your CE. It's current because you pay the fee. It's active because you paid the fee and did CE. $45, 8 hours. Most CE classes run 50 to 60 bucks. So let's just run on the high end and say 120 for CE and 45. So there's $165 a year and 8 hours out of your year to renew your license every year. This is easy compared to some other licensing renewal boards. Questions on this? A current license can also be inactive. It's current. Why? Why is it current?
You paid the fee.
You show them the money. You paid the fee. But it's inactive. Maybe you're a provisional broker without a BIC. Maybe you didn't do your education. You didn't do your CE. I'm going to talk about CE in just one second. Maybe you didn't do your CE. Maybe you didn't do your post-licensing within 18 months of licensure. Maybe you choose to be inactive. Maybe you reach the point in life. Sometimes we come to the fork and road of life where you may have to decide if real estate doesn't take a back seat for a minute. Maybe you need to slow down to you're ready to start a family, or you need to care for elderly parents. You may choose to go inactive. You can ride for the rest of your life on an inactive license, as long as each year you pay that fee. Now, some of you may be sitting there saying, if I think I'm done with real estate, why would I ride on an inactive license and just not let it go? I got an answer for you in just one second. I can't answer that for you, but maybe some of the information I can provide will help you decide that keeping an inactive license might be worth it. So you're current because you've paid the fee. You're inactive because you're either missing education, you're a PB without a BIC, or you just choose to inactivate your license. Reinstating an inactive license. Once your license goes inactive, and now you're ready to activate it again, there's a form you have to submit. I wouldn't get too bogged down in this. Just know that there's a form that you have to submit. The next piece of information to consider for reinstating an inactive license is if there is any CE deficiency. You can take CE every year on an inactive license. So if you're up to date on your CE, you've done your 8 hours every year, you just got to submit the form and poof, you're active again. If you have a CE deficiency, you've been inactive for less than 2 years, and you have a 2-year CE deficiency, you got to take this year's CE, and they're going to make you come back and take a couple extra electives. Just depends on how long or how deficient your CE you are. So if you're less than 2 years and you have a CE deficiency, perfect. They're going to make you do the current CE and a couple electives and submit the form. If you're inactive for more than 2 years with a CE deficiency, now they're going to make you take this year's CE, and then they're going to go make you take 2 out of the 3 post-licensing again. If you've been more than 2 years without education, things change. You've missed a lot. And so in order to activate you again, they're going to have you go back and take 2 of the 3 post-licensing classes. The good news is they're of your choosing. So you can pick your favorite 2 post-licensing and go back and complete those, pass both of those exams again. Again, you can always take CE on an inactive license. So if you think you're going to come back to real estate, consider doing CE at least every other year to avoid post-licensing again. If your license expires, why is your license expired?
You didn't pay the fee.
You didn't pay the fee. Nothing to do with education. If your license is expired, it's because you forgot to pay the fee. So how do you reinstate an expired license? Well, again, it depends on how long it was expired. You wake up on July 1st and go, are you kidding me? I forgot to pay that fee. I ignored emails. I ignored my BIC. I ignored the postcard that the Real Estate Commission sent. They let you know when it's the renewal period. If you say you didn't know, it's because you're not paying attention to what's going on. You're under a rock. They let you know. And you wake up on July 1st and go, are you kidding me? I forgot to pay the fee. It's okay. If you're expired less than 6 months, you pay the renewal fee, you pay a reinstatement fee of the same amount, submit your activation form, and poof, you're active again. If your license is expired 6 months to 2 years, you're expired for 6 months to 2 years. You wake up one day and say, I want to do real estate again. You pay that fee, the renewal fee and the reinstatement fee. You take and pass one post licensing within 6 months, or you go back to PSI Testing Center and sit for the state exam again. Based on some of your faces, I'm guessing we're going to do the post licensing within 6 months. Is that pretty much what we're thinking? I would. That's what I would recommend. So you're expired 6 months to 2 years. Again, you're missing on education. And guys, things happen fast in real estate. And if you hadn't had a CE class or any kind of education in 2 years, there's a lot that has changed. And this is what we're doing, is we're getting ready to go back and pick up on that education. Brace yourselves. What happens if your license is expired for more than 2 years and you decide you want to reinstate it? Expired for more than 2 years means you have to start all over. Did that hurt a little bit? Remember earlier when I said you can ride for the rest of your life on an inactive license? And some of you may be sitting there going, why in the world would I do that? I'd rather do a deal with you guys in the future than see you in another one of my pre-licensing classes once you get your license. Is that a fair statement? You got some choices to make. If you hit that fork in road of life and real estate becomes an option, I need you to take all this into consideration, including if you expire for more than 2 years, if you want to come back through pre-licensing. One of the last in-person classes I taught before the pandemic, I had two people that were in my pre-licensing class because their license expired. One was like 6 years ago and one was like 8 years ago. And both of them, not related at all, called the commission and said, hey, I'm ready to get back into real estate. What do I need to do? And the commission said, sign up for a good pre-licensing class, pass the end of class exam, pass the state exam. I hope this hurt a little bit. That's the point. You can ride for the rest of your life on an inactive license. How do you keep an inactive license? Pay the fee, show them the money. I have heard instructors say that their family has strict instructions that if they are on life support from May 15th to June 30th, go ahead and pay the fee for me this year, just in case. It's like that, you guys. So your license, again, current or expired, has everything to do with the money. Active or inactive has to do with the education or your lack of it. Questions? A little bit more about you guys. I think we're good on this. Provisional brokers have to be supervised by a broker in charge. Again, this is a very common misconception. Some people think that BPs can't do anything because they're a BP, because they're on that provisional status. And that's not true. Once you're supervised by a broker in charge, you can do just about everything that a full broker can do. The kick here is you're supervised by a broker in charge. There are only 3 things that we have talked about that the PB can't do. The PB cannot walk around with somebody else's money. The PB cannot charge a fee to do a CMA or a BPO. You can do one, you can't charge a fee for it. And the PB cannot be designated opposite of their broker in charge. That's it. Can't walk around with somebody else's money, can't charge a fee for a CMA, and can't be designated opposite your BIC. Other than that, the PB, you can talk to sellers and buyers and list properties and help buyers through transactions. You can work with the property manager and help them through different transactions. Help yourself through transactions. You cannot walk around with somebody else's money, get it immediately to your BIC, charge a fee for a CMA, or be designated opposite of your broker in charge. I highly recommend when you guys get there, talk to a couple different firms. I know some of you may know where you want to go, and that's great. I don't think it can hurt you to talk to somebody else, though. And as you're talking to these firms, make sure you like your BIC, because as a provisional broker, that BIC should be in your back pocket. So if you're sitting at this interview going, goodness, I don't care for this person, you may not want to consider that firm. But shop around. You're new to this. Shop around, talk to a couple. We're trying to find the right fit for both of you. Make sure you're the right fit for the firm, and the firm and the BIC is the right fit for you. Questions on this? Anytime you send money to the commission, make sure it doesn't bounce. Your application fee, I know, right? You're renewing your license. They may take disciplinary action against you if any funds are returned. All right, let's talk about our CE, our continuing education. As mentioned, we have to do 8 hours of CE each year, and the CE deadline every single year is June 10th. Write that down really big. June 10th, June 10th, June 10th. It's right up there with like your birthday, anniversary, Christmas, very important date. CE must be complete each year, no later than June 10th. Remember, we have until June 30th to renew, but they cut CE off on June 10th. They call June 11th to June 30th a blackout period in which nobody can get credit for CE. Guys, last I saw, there was about 106,000 licensees, a couple 100,000 firms, or a couple thousand firms, tens of thousands of firms. Who else? Limited non-resident commercial broker license, real estate providers, school providers, instructors. That's a separate category. Everybody has to renew every year from May 15th to June 30th. There's a lot of people that have to renew. There's like 60 people that work at the North Carolina Real Estate Commission. So to say that this is their busy time of year would be very accurate. They can only process so much at a time. So they have to cut off CE to give them time to get it all in, to get it processed. I would encourage you. So remember what we said earlier. Our commission's physical year is July 1st to June 30th. And now I'm telling you, you have until June 10th to do your CE. they release the new CE material like back in August or September. So you have from, let's say, August or September until June 10th to do your CE. They give you plenty of time. I beg you, please don't wait until June 10th, because if you miss CE for any reason, pay your fee, and then on July 1st, your license will be inactive. There's nothing anybody can do after June 10th. I'm telling you, back in my admin days, I was kind of the lane of a real estate school. And I'm telling y'all, I hated going to work on June 11th. Because on June 11th, my phone was blowing up. I miss CE. What do I do? Well, get your affairs together, because on July 1st, your license is going inactive until you can make up your CE. Remember, we said we usually don't start offering again until like August or something. You might find a school offering it in July, but bottom line, you cannot reactivate until you can get caught up on CE. We do 2 CE classes each year. There's an update course. The update course is just that. Every single one of us in the state get the same update course. It's the commission's opportunity to update us on what's going on. There are 2 update courses. There's the general update for PBs and full brokers. Bless you. There's the broker in charge update for those that are BIC eligible and designated broker in charge. You're only going to get credit for the appropriate update. So if you're a PB, make sure you take the gen up. If you're a BIC, make sure you take the BIC up. In addition to the update, we also have an elective course, topic of your choosing. There are so many topics out there available. I'm going to even venture out and say, think of a topic in real estate. Just think of something we've studied. There's a good chance there's a CE class on that. So whatever you want to get further knowledge on, if you find your niche and you want to learn more about that, you can use the elective. I always call it 2 birds, 1 stone. Not only am I getting the information that's relevant to me, but I'm also knocking out my CE credit. Please don't wait until June 10th. Horror stories of things going wrong on June 10th. If you're going to take your CE online and you wake up on June 10th and Spectrum is down, what are you going to do? If you're going to take CE in person on June 10th and you wake up that morning and you have a flat tire, what are you going to do? Please, please, please do not wait until June 10th. Agents all around say we tend to slow down around the holidays, usually from Thanksgiving to, springish, first signs of spring. Things slow down just a bit. We don't stop, but things do slow down a bit. Wouldn't that be a great time to knock out your CE when we're slower anyway? And then you don't have to worry about it. I always have mine done. I've done my elective already. I'm doing my update on December 1st. I don't want to worry about it in the spring when I'm out working and playing, and let me do it when I'm cold and miserable and have to be inside anyway. Just a recommendation. But what I'm telling you is, please don't wait until the last minute. There are no, they may offer an extension for a hardship, but a hardship is not, I got busy and I forgot. A hardship is like active military deployment, major medical issues. Interestingly enough, the pandemic was considered a hardship. I was surprised. But don't bank on those hardships. June 10th, June 10th, June 10th. Y'all want some good news for you guys? You get your first CE off. So whenever you get your license, you don't have to take CE that year. So our physical year is July 1st to June 30th. I still need you to pay the fee. Always pay the fee. When in doubt, just send them money. Always pay the fee. But if you get licensed, let's see, it's November December, let's say you get your license on December 15th. Congratulations. Merry Christmas. You get your license on December 15th. The first renewal period you hit, you don't have to do CE. You have to pay the fee, but you don't have to do CE. The next renewal period you hit, now you got to start doing CE. The thinking here is you guys are just at a pre and or post, so you have the current information. Post licensing and CE are two totally different things, two totally different departments down at the Real Estate Commission. Post licensing is geared towards newly licensed agents, giving you an extension of things that we talked about, like agency and contracts, license, law, and commission rule. CE is for everybody. So you're not going to get CE credit for doing post. You're not going to get post credit for doing CE. It's two totally separate things. Questions on CE? And then post licensing, again, we've hit on this a few times, but here it is in writing. Once you get your license, you have 18 months to do 90 additional hours. We break those 90 hours up into 3 30-hour classes. You got to have all 3 completed successfully within 18 months of your licensure. Once you get your license, there will be a date on your license that starts your 18-month clock. Be especially aware of this if you are ready to affiliate, ready to work business. You're going to get busy fast. 18 months goes by pretty quickly. Don't let this get away from you. Failure to do post licensing within 18 months means your license will remain inactive until you get it done, even if you're in the throes of a transaction. Do your post, get it done, put it behind you. There is a test, an in-class test with each post licensing class that you have to pass. Post licensing isn't near as intense as pre, though. A lot of this stuff you guys have already learned. We're just expanding on it. With that being said, you still got to pass the tests. So I need you to commit to post licensing as well. Doesn't your license become active when you affiliate? It does. As a PB, your license goes active, but if you don't do post within 18 months, you lose that active, even if you're in the throes of a transaction. Would that hurt? A little bit. The day you get your license, look at the date and determine how far away 18 months is. Figure out when you can do it. As far as provisional brokers go, some firms welcome PBs. Some firms will say, wait until you drop your provisional status and then come back and talk to me. Some firms will welcome new agents. Other firms may say, go get a couple years experience and then come back and talk to me. So don't be discouraged if a firm doesn't want to talk to you as a provisional broker. Don't be discouraged if a firm doesn't want to talk to you until you have X amount of transactions under your belt. All firms are different, you guys. Are there firms out there that will work with newbies? You better believe it. Do your research. Start with Google, real estate firms closest to your home. And look for good training as a provisional broker. Questions?
Miss Julia, I have a question. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you work and do the post licensing at the same time?
Absolutely.
Okay, because I guess that's depend on the firm that you're working with.
Some firms will take you as a PB, some won't. When I do post licensing, I can almost take my class and divide everybody into 2 categories, 50-50. Half of you are active and out working with buyers and sellers. The other half of you choose to remain inactive until you knock your post out. There's no wrong way to do that.
Thank you.
Of course. Once you finish these 90 hours, that is what drops your provisional status. Completing post licensing is what removes your provisional status. And now you're just a broker. Questions? All right, let's take 10. We come back, we're going to finish up license law and commission rule and then pick up some of the other things we got to do today. I am taking attendance. Why don't you guys set your chats to private if they're not already? And tell me in a private chat, A, B, C, or D. Everybody in? So a licensee currently on active status takes 8 hours CE consisting of 2 elective courses by the June 10th deadline. Which of the following is true? Let's break this down. What are the 2 pieces that we need for an active license? You pay the fee and you do CE. So they've done part of it, right? We don't know that they've done the other. So what's going to be their status? Guys, remember, I said a lot of people say C, but remember the commission's physical year is July 1st to June 30th. June 10th is just the CE deadline. So if you don't do CE by June 10th, you have until the new year on July 1st. Your license status won't change until July 1st. You'll be inactive. You've paid the fee. Takes 8 hours by the June 10th deadline. This question is not right. This question is not right. There's nothing about this question I like. Never mind. Forget this.
Is it not supposed to be?
Clear your brains, clear your brains, clear your brains. Clear your brains. Let me back. Paying the fee makes your license what?
Active.
Current,
Paying the fee makes your license what?
current.
Current. Failure to, I apologize for the confusing question. That's why we're not looking, we're doing away with it. Pretend it didn't exist. I apologize. Paying the fee, and I'm trying to recap, I'm trying to make it right. Paying the fee means your license is
Current.
current. Failure to pay the fee means your license is
Expired.
expired. So paying the fee is one step. Pay the fee, your license is current. Don't pay the fee, your license is expired. The current license can become, it's current because you've paid the fee. A current license can be either active or inactive. A current license has everything to do with the fee. It has nothing to do with education. Taking that a step further, combining the fee with your education means that your license will be active. You pay the fee and you don't do your education, then your license is inactive. Step 1, did you pay the fee? Step 2, did you do your education? Questions on the statuses. Okay. The last little piece is timeshares. There's more here than what I think you guys need to know. understand a few things. Again, timeshares are one of those things covered under both license law and commission rule, kind of like the BPO and the CMA. They're covered under both. It's of my opinion, what you need to know, what you may need to know about a timeshare for your exams is going to be what we talked about in Unit 2. What do we remember about timeshares? 5, 5, 10. Don't forget your jazz hands. Come on, have fun with it too. You won't be tested on jazz hands. But what do we need to know about timeshares? The definition of a timeshare is the right to occupy at least 5 or more separate time periods over at least 5 years. Understand, at least is the minimum. Can you have a unit, occupy a unit for 10 or more separate time periods over 10 years and still call it a timeshare? Yeah, because 5 is the minimum. Can you occupy a unit 3 times over 3 years? Is that under the definition of a timeshare? That could be a vacation property, Airbnb. It's not a timeshare. So the first thing in understanding a timeshare is the right to occupy at least 5 or more separate time periods over at least 5 years. The buyer has a 5-day rescission period. So they have 5 days to rescind their contract. The timeshare developer has to keep monies in the escrow account for 10 days. On day 10, the timeshare developer can move that money from the trust account to their operating account. But they got to keep it in there for 5 days. If the buyer rescinds, then it's money on demand, and the timeshare's got to release that deposit. The timeshare does have the right to make sure that the funds have cleared the bank before they release it. But they have to keep it in their trust account for 10 years. And then, as we've been saying, this one time that the real estate commission can fine anybody, and that's a timeshare developer. I think if you get a test question on timeshares, it's going to be from this slide. And remember, you guys, as long as it meets the basic definition of a timeshare, no matter what it's called, if you called it Julie's Resorts, if Julie's Resorts met the definition of a timeshare, then it's going to fall under the Timeshare Act. So don't let the name fool you. If it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's probably a timeshare. There are some other basic definitions for timeshares in the syllabus. We're going to go through them super quick. Please don't try to write all this down. You guys have the PowerPoints and the recording. I would be shocked if you saw any of this, so I don't want to focus all of our energy on this. As long as we have this one down, I think we're good. However, to be in compliance with the syllabus, I do want to go through the rest of it really quick. I'm just curious, is anybody thinking about the timeshare going to get involved? Some of you coastal people might deal with, some of you mountain people might deal with it as well. So as anything, no matter what avenue you're going, you're always going to need further other education, and this applies to timeshares as well. So let's blow through this. Some definitions. Timeshares have a board. There's a board of directors of the timeshares. It's like an owners association, but it's a timeshare association. The consumer can be allowed to resell the timeshares as long as it's owned by the owner, and it's allowed via the timeshares. They're all set up a little bit different. The timeshare developer is the person or the entity that creates the timeshare. So they're the ones that develop the timeshare. They're going to create it. Are they going to manage it themselves, or are they going to let somebody else manage it? That's up to them. They're just the one creating it. Some timeshares offer an exchange program. So you might be able to use your timeshare time to go to another property if the timeshare allows. I have a buddy. How cool is this? I have a buddy. His parents have a timeshare in Myrtle Beach. He used their timeshare one time and went to Scotland for a week. Just got on another timeshare in Scotland because of the exchange. Isn't that cool? So you may be able to if the timeshare allows. All timeshares have to be registered with the North Carolina Real Estate Commission. So the commission knows about all timeshare developments, all timeshare projects. Timeshare salespersons have to have an active North Carolina real estate license, runs the same as us, unless they are an employee of the timeshare. If they're a W-2 employee, they're not required to have a license. So timeshares have a little bit more flexibility with their salespersons and their unlicensed employees. The developer is obligated to record the timeshares. This interest is recorded per the Connor Act, per the timeshare law. So we're going to put that interest on record. The timeshare developer has 180 days from the sale to get this on record to protect everybody's interest. So timeshares are recorded. Timeshares should also come with a public offering statement. The public offering statement just tells the consumer about the timeshare. So what is their mission statement? Who is the principal? Who is the developer? What's a general description? What is the duration of the timeshare? Is it 5 years? Is it 10? Is it 7? And the description of the method the purchaser uses to occupy, again, at least 5 or more separate time periods over at least 5 or more years. So public offering statement, all this public offering statement needs to be made available to the consumer. The purchaser has 5 days to rescind their contract, 55510. So the buyer, the prospective buyer, we contract, and then they have 5 days to rescind their contract, take it back. If they rescind their contract, they put down any deposits, they'll get their money back. There's a theory out there that some timeshare developers are not the most honest when dealing with the public. I think I've heard some timeshares referred to as shady. People sometimes feel tricked or duped into buying a timeshare. So by giving them that 5 days to look at the contract, talk to their attorney if they want to think about it, we don't have that pushy salesman mentality. So this gives them time to think it through, make sure they're good with this. Timeshare developers, timeshare salespersons can be disciplined by the Real Estate Commission. The exception, the developer could be fined up to $500 per violation. They could also face a hearing with the Real Estate Commission. They could go to court. Again, same thing as all of us. The difference here is that the timeshare developer can be fined by the Real Estate Commission. Failure to register the timeshare could be a Class 1 misdemeanor for the developer. So if they don't register it with the Real Estate Commission, they could look at fines and jail time. Timeshares have a couple people helping them out. They're going to have a registrar and a project broker. The registrar is the one responsible for recording documents, releasing the liens. They're going to handle the process, the paperwork, and make sure everything is recorded properly. Timeshares also have a project broker. For our purposes, let's think of the project broker as the designated broker in charge. There's one person that's going to oversee the whole timeshare. They're going to communicate, talk to the timeshare developer. They're going to be responsible for making sure the developer follows license law and commission rule. So the project broker is the closest thing that we have to our BIC. Make sure any unlicensed people are doing what they should and should not do, making all salespeople are following license law and commission rule. Timeshares have to retain records for how long? How long do we keep records? 3 years. They're licensees too, so they follow the same rules. Retention of records, all that commission law, license law, commission rule applies to them. They too have to be in compliance with agency. They're creating, disclosing, and creating agency agreements. So just because you're a timeshare doesn't mean you don't have to follow that license law and commission rule. The timeshare developer will have deposits, so they'll be required to have a trust account, as we know. They have a duty to keep those deposits in their trust account for 10 days. On day 10, assuming the buyer hasn't rescinded, they can transfer that over from the trust account to the operating account. And the project broker. They're going to display, they have a registration certificate proving that they've registered their timeshare. So that should be made available to the public. The project broker is going to make sure everybody follows license law and commission rule. Notify the commission of any changes of the timeshare. Maintain the trust account, and then retain all records for 3 years. Again, what do we need to know about timeshares? Gotta put my coffee down to do this. We ready? 5, 5, 5, 10. You guys did jazz hands that time. Thank you. So again, you guys, I know we blew through that fast. I don't think you're going to get a test question on that. But like I said, it's in the syllabus. So we've satisfied. We checked that box. What are we going to focus on? 5, 5, 5, 10. And seriously, how many questions can they ask you about that? We're not going to focus all of our study time on timeshares. Questions? I mentioned when we started license law and commission rule that it is an appendix A of your textbook, but appendix A is out of date. So I recommend you always go to the online learning system. With that being said, there is a nice key point review. I can't guarantee everything's current. I can't guarantee anything's current. But what I can tell you is you guys now know enough. If you look at that key point review and something doesn't seem right, then it's probably been updated. If I can help with any of that, please let me know. But for the most part, the key point review and the student quiz, both found at the end of Appendix A. So if you're an old book person, just look for Appendix A. There's also some stuff in the online learning system under license law and commission rule. And then there's some good state specific stuff as well. Anything with North Carolina on it is a good candidate for your state specific section. Most of it is coming from the comments. But as you guys are studying, when you're flipping back through your notes and back through your book, if you see in North Carolina, that's a good candidate for a state specific question. What questions do I have? Or do you have?
So it's the key point review is page 729 for the old book.
Oh, book 729. Thank you.
And the quiz is right behind it on 737.
Thank you. Are we going to talk about the exam later today? Of course we are. Today's my last chance to talk about it. So if I don't talk about it today, of course we are. Before we talk about your exam, before we talk about some other things though, we do need to just take a step aside from real estate, and we need to have a serious, non-testable conversation. You're not going to be tested on this, but in my opinion, it's just as important as the stuff you are going to be tested on. And the conversation that we need to have next is about agent safety. And I need each and every single one of you to consider, gentlemen, you included, I need you to consider your safety when you're out working with the public. I certainly don't want to scare anybody, but I need you to make you aware because I need you to protect yourself. So what we're going to do first, I got a little video from NAR that we're going to watch, and then we'll have a conversation about safety. And when it starts, if you guys can give me the thumbs up that you hear it. Let me make sure I have my sound on. I don't see my sound. Okay, so I need the thumbs up. You can hear it.
As a real estate professional, you are in a unique position that most working professionals never face. In your business, you often share your contact information openly with others, meet unknown clients, and walk through vacant properties, to name a few. It's because of the unique nature of this business that it's critical for all real estate professionals to have personal safety protocols in place that you follow every day, with every client, every time. So what kind of safety protocols should you implement into your daily routine? Here are a few to consider. When meeting a client for the first time, do not meet a new client at a property right away without first having an initial meeting at your office or a public space, like a coffee shop. During the initial meeting, make copies or take photos of the client's driver's license and pre-approval letter for your records. This precaution allows you to keep a record at the office of who your clients are, their information, and a calendar of appointments. When first meeting with a new client, you should discuss the types of real estate they're interested in and walk them through the safety protocols you have in place for all clients. Now you can arrange showings, meet them at properties, and schedule open houses to help them through the biggest financial decision of their life. When viewing a property, it's okay to ask your client to drive separately. This is a safety precaution for you as much as it is for them. Not to mention you might both have appointments to go to before or afterward.
Hey, this is cute.
As you tour a property, walk behind your client. This routine safety measure allows them to see the room first and make their own impressions. Many agents do not go into attics, garages, or basements as an additional safety measure. But encourage your client to look around and let you know what they think. It is a safe practice to only show vacant properties which might not have electricity during daylight hours. This allows you to see what safety hazards may exist, like a loose floorboard or any defects the house may have.
It's got potential.
When holding an open house, advise your clients to board their pets and remove jewelry, family photos, credit card receipts, artwork, prescription drugs, and any other valued possessions from the home in advance of the open house. This is just one way to look out for your client and to keep their property and belongings secure. Keep a record of who entered the house by asking everyone who walks in the door to sign in with their name and phone number or show a photo ID. There is something to be said about safety in numbers. Consider bringing along a colleague when holding an open house. If there are several potential buyers walking through the home, even better to have 2 agents on hand to answer questions and keep an eye on things. Safety is an important part of real estate. Be prepared and follow the protocols and processes that have been put in place to keep you and your clients safe. For more information and additional resources, visit www.nar.realtor/safety.
Let me just open it up for you guys. What thoughts do we have on safety? Have we thought about safety yet? A little bit? Good. Never too early. What thoughts do we have?
I was taught to always make sure when you enter the building, open the door for the client, let them go in first. They mentioned that walking behind them, that's just another thing to consider.
That's right, Graham. And I think that can serve 2 purposes because I don't want to get myself trapped. So if I lead them into a room in the 2nd story, I'm trapped, aren't I? So we can, after you, and allow them to go first. And guys, that only not is best for me, safe for me. It's hard for my buyers to imagine themselves living there when I'm in front of them in the living room going, what do you think? You know what I'm saying? So by staying behind them and letting them go through at their own pace, their own leisure, also with being blocked in, if at all possible, park on the street. Now, obviously, if street parking isn't available, then you can't do that. But just, try to make yourself not blocked. Thank you, Graham.
Could you also use like a location app, find my friends, share your location with whoever you trust?
Yep. So you could, a significant other or a friend, if you're out showing property today, you could hook them up with your location app. I'm a little bit more old school than that, Aubrey. And when I'm showing property, I write it down. I tell my husband what address I'm going to be at about when. So if I'm out showing 8 properties today, he sees guys, you hate to think like this, but this way, if I ever go missing, then they can track me back. They can see, and they'd have a better chance of finding me if they have that information. So yes, get the app, piece of paper, a pen. I always, when I'm doing an open house, I leave it on an address on a post-it on the coffee table for my husband. So he knows exactly where I'm at. So yeah, tell somebody, a colleague, somebody you can trust. Absolutely.
I just thought of this too. Maybe if you're out already and just going off of what you said, writing it down, if something pops up, someone wants to see a listing, you could just send a quick text maybe
That's
to
right.
your husband
right.
or wife or whoever, just so that they know, hey, a little switch up and plan my schedule. So
That's an awesome point, Aubrey. And I'll be honest, I would be the one to forget to do that. But I would hear about it when I got home.
right, yep.
So having somebody be accountable for you absolutely helps.
That's why I had to have that app going, because I'm bad for forgetting to.
That's very smart. Somebody asked, can you take someone with you? Sure. If you can take a colleague with you, that's fine. If you need to take somebody unlicensed with you, just make sure they know their role. Their role is to be with you. Their role is not to sell this house. You can have an unlicensed person sit in an open house with you. Just make sure they know their role. Make sure they know what they can and can't do. But safety in numbers, absolutely. Lane makes me teach a night class, night pre-licensing once a year. And I've been online the last few years. But prior to that, we're in the pandemic and we're leaving the vacant building, vacant parking lot 9:30 at night. And that's not a problem. But for me, because you guys get the heck out as soon as you can. So for me, I'm walking out in this empty parking lot by myself at 9:30 at night. Does that seem like the safest thing? So when we were in person, I always asked for the whole class got to take turns being my walkout buddy. And everybody was very quick to volunteer. It didn't take me long to pack up, but just having 2 people walk out in the parking lot is much safer than me walking out at night by myself. So have somebody with you, absolutely. If somebody creeps you out, and somebody will, but there's evidence or anything weird, how can you politely not work with them? I don't care about being polite at this point, you guys. If your gut is telling you to get away, get away. If your gut is saying something about this situation isn't right, listen to your gut. And that's probably one of the better pieces of advice I can offer you. We all come with this fight or flight. And when your fight or flight kicks in, get out. You can explain yourself later, but you've got to listen. If that little voice deep down inside you is going, get out.
Is there any material that would help us during those conversations that our firm would have? Like
maybe they maybe offer you some scripts or something, but it might be in that case. I'll give you guys an example. I had a coworker once and she got a call to go show vacant property. And she hopped in her car and went by herself. And it was like, I don't know how many acres, but you had to go down this dirt driveway. It's not like they were right off the road. And she got there and it was a gentleman by himself and something about it didn't seem right to her. So instead of looking at this guy in the middle of how many acres and saying, you make me feel uncomfortable, she said, I am so sorry. I've had a family emergency and I got to go. So she got herself out. Guy called back and said, I hope everything's okay. I'd still like to meet you at this lot and talk to you about it. She said, okay. The second time her husband said, yeah, no, I'm coming with you. Y'all know what that guy did as soon as he saw the husband? I'm not interested in this tract of land. Have a nice day. I hate to think about the what ifs, but thank God for Mr. Skeen, because what if, what if, what if? Everybody with me? Listen to that voice. And I'm very proud to say, because of him, that's as far as that story went. Could it have gone farther? I don't know, but something wasn't set right. Listen, oh, I just give myself chill bumps thinking about that. Listen to that little voice in your head. Make up a family emergency. I had a gentleman come to my open house once, and I just didn't feel comfortable. And I was getting ready to take an emergency call out on the front porch. I was this close. He was looking around, and about that time, another couple came in. So I just kind of buddied up with them until he left. Was there something wrong with him? I don't know, but something about it just didn't feel right. Oh no, I got to take this call outside. I could hear kids playing outside. I knew if I could get outside, I'd be doing all right. You got to take care of you right now at the moment. There is no amount of commission worth your safety. And if you don't believe me, go ask your family on our next break, and I'd be willing to bet they tell you the same thing. It's going to be so easy, you guys. You're going to get a call. Maybe you're on office duty with your phone, with your firm, and you answer the call and somebody says, I'm sitting in front of 123 Main Street. Can you come show it to me right now? And you're going to want to slam down the phone and run right over there. But I need you to think. I need you to think before you go. If this person is genuinely interested in 123 Main Street, they will meet you at your office. They will meet you at Panera or Starbucks. Treat them to a coffee. I've got a great excuse for you guys to meet the consumer in a public place first. Working with real estate agent disclosure. And that a great product to use. I got to go over some agency stuff before I can show you this property. Now you've knocked out two birds. You did your disclosure, plus you were seen in a public place with that person. If they're not willing to meet you at Starbucks for a free coffee, I have to wonder how serious they are about buying that home. Everybody with me? You are the professional in this transaction. You got to run the show. If they don't want to do what you want them to do, why do you want to work with them? If they're not willing to meet you to do your agency stuff, is what you're going to tell them, then my flag would go up. I would have some caution. What else?
Hey, Julie, can you record conversations just for your safety and their safety?
Only as long as you have both permissions for audio. So you can record video, but you got to have permission to record audio. A common question I get, can you conceal carry if you have your conceal carry? Some of you may have your conceal carry when you're out showing property at open houses. If you have your conceal carry, then yes, you can carry. Your firm may have a policy about whether or not you can carry in the office or not. But when you're out working with the consumers and you have your conceal carry, if you don't have your conceal carry, you are not comfortable with guns whatsoever, please don't run out and buy a gun. If you don't and you're not comfortable, I'm seeing it come up in the chat, you have other options. Everybody should have a pepper spray. Everybody should have some kind of weapon. I have. This was a Christmas gift one year. It's a flashlight that dual serves as a taser. Does it look weird for a real estate agent to walk around with a flashlight? Nah, and it looks just like a flashlight. I'm the only one that knows the button to make it tase. You can have something, anything can be used as a weapon. I mean, if you put your keys between your fingers, then you have a weapon right there. So don't, but I would recommend, I always have mace with me. I have my concealed carry, but I have my mace available first because my objective is to get away. I'm a flight, fight or flight. I'm going to run away. That's what I do. And that's what my objective is. Other thoughts? Your firm may have a policy in place. They'll go over that with your new agent training. Whether your firm does or does not, you still need some kind of policy when it comes to agency or safety. National Association of Realtors has dedicated September to Agent Safety Month. The reason being is because there was an agent September a couple years ago that was raped and murdered by a buyer she met at a home. And in memory of her, the Association of Realtors continues the tradition of emphasizing and re-emphasizing the importance of safety. New book people, in Appendix B, as in boy, you have some additional stuff in safety. Old book people, that is not in there, but I have included it. So new book or old book people, here is a couple things from the book that you didn't have, and somewhere down here, yeah, there's some things on safety. The commission also offers a safety guideline, safety booklet, some things, a lot of the things discussed in the video. But again, it doesn't hurt you to refresh it. I think every single one of you should take a self-defense class just to have the basic understanding of how to get away. They're available in your community. You can drive by various places and see dojos or local places. Archdale Recreation Center offers self-defense classes. You can take some colleagues with you. Again, just having those basic understandings to protect yourself. Another thing mentioned in the video was talking to your sellers. Guys, remember, we got buyers coming through. I wish I could tell you they all had good intentions. Sometimes there's been buyers that come to open houses to, to scope the place out and see if it's coming back later, worth coming back later to rob. So not everybody has good intentions. So you need to have these safety conversations with your sellers as well. Let them know anything that looks nice could be seen as attractive to bad people. The video mentioned putting up personals, prescription meds, that kind of thing. Don't make it easy for the people, but put things up. When I do an open house, I keep myself positioned at the front door. And I tell my sellers, I'm not following all these buyers around the whole house. I'm keeping myself safe, and I'm keeping myself at the front door. I see you coming down the street long before you get there. I know who's coming in and out of my open house. And so I tell my sellers, I need you to put up things that can easily slip into a pocket and walk away. Anything else? Safety. Things to consider, I know. That's a great point. Thank you for that. Be careful what you share online. Don't make your personal marketing too personal. And it's hard. It's hard. Have y'all ever written an online profile? It's hard because you're trying to make a connection with somebody reading about you. So you want enough in there to make a connection, but you don't want too much. Never, ever give your home address to a consumer. You have a firm. Give them your firm address. If you have children, I think talking about your children in your profile is good because it helps make a connection, but just don't give away too much information. I think it's okay to say I have 2 kids, but I wouldn't give away too much information. The consumer's reading it. So again, you want to make a connection with them while they're reading your website, but you don't need to say too much. If you read my profile, it says I'm a graduate from UNCG. Do I have any other Spartans in the house? A few of you. Some of you might read my website and go, I'm a graduate of UNCG. And boom, there's our connection. And that's what we're looking to do. Did I tell you what year? Did I tell you what my major is? I didn't get too personal. Anything else? I need to stop sharing just for 1 second. Just to let you guys know the rest of the day, I'm watching our time. we got a couple units that we need to go back and pick up. I'm going to call them not heavily tested units. So we're going to get going on that until 12:30. And at 12:30, we're going to stop. And we are going to talk about the rules and expectations for your exam on Thursday. Whatever I don't get finished, I'll finish after 1, so you guys will have it recording. But I got 45 minutes. I'm going to get through most of it. That's how little of importance these last few units are. However, you may have a test question or two, so we want to make sure you get the information, of course. So let's go back. First off, and let's pick up Unit 13, which is our property insurance basics. This is our homeowners insurance unit. Just a little history lesson for you. When the Real Estate Commission started the education department about 50 years ago, I think, give or take, they had property insurance basics and pre-licensing. And then somewhere along the line, they took it out. They said, no, agents don't need to do that. 5 years ago, they put it back in because we need to make sure we're having conversations about homeowners, not insurance, not only with our buyers, but also with the sellers. And that's what this unit is addressing, is how this relates to us. When I took pre-licensing in 2008, this wasn't a unit. This didn't exist. So you guys, in some cases, are coming in with an advantage that some licensees don't have because they didn't have this unit. So our guide for this unit, we're going to talk about a couple different types of homeowners insurance. We're going to explain some homeowners issues. So first thing we need to do in Unit 13 is define some words. Insurance is the policy, it's the agreement between the two parties. Insurance is the bilateral contract between the insurer and the insured. The insurer is the insurance company. The insured is the homeowner. So talking specifically about homeowners insurance, the insured is the homeowner. If you're purchasing a home and going through a lender, homeowners insurance is required. Period. End of story. If you're a cash buyer, or if you pay the lender off and you no longer have an outstanding loan on the property, homeowners insurance is highly recommended. Insurance or insured pays a premium. The premium is just the cost of coverage, what the consumer pays to be covered in exchange. So the premium is the cost of coverage, the consumer's cost. A couple more words to define. Property insurance is what protects damage to the property. Property insurance covers permitted improvements. It may or may not cover unpermitted. Liability insurance is any loss or damage caused by third parties. So if you have a tenant, for example, that would be a third party. Liability insurance would cause or protect that. Package insurance then combines property and liability. It protects the property and the people. There are several different homeowners insurance policies. You have them in your book. I think starting on 373, give or take, new book people. We're not going to focus on all the different types of policies, just a few. The most common is called the HO3. Lenders have a certain minimum coverage requirement. So lenders aren't just going to let you get any old insurance. They have to approve your insurance policy as part of your loan application. HO3 policies generally satisfy the lender's criteria. It gives the insured the greatest amount of protection. So this is the most common for homeowners. Another policy is the HO4. You probably know this better as renter's insurance. So if you have a tenant in place, there's two different types of insurance going on. The homeowner has homeowner's insurance to cover the structure and the property. The tenant is going to have renter's insurance to cover their stuff. Most leases are going to cover both parties being properly insured. So the tenant's policy is the HO4. HO3 is going to apply for most homeowners, but condo owners tend to have a separate policy, because with condo owners, remember, you don't own the structure. Condo owners own from paint to paint. So if anything happens to the exterior, that's going to be on the HOA. So the HO6 is specifically, it's called a walls in policy. Defining some more words. A condition is a limitation on coverage. A condition, an example of a condition might be vacant properties. Vacant properties require different insurance than occupied. I'm going to talk about vacant properties more in just 1 second. An endorsement is coverage for something that's not normally covered. If you have something rare or valuable, you could add an endorsement to your policy. And then there are some acts that are going to be excluded. An exclusion is a loss due to a specific event. For example, most homeowners insurance policies don't cover acts of war or terrorism. It would be an exclusion. Part of the buyer's due diligence is going to be shopping for and securing homeowners insurance. The lender won't approve the loan unless we have a homeowners insurance policy in place. Not all people, not all properties are easy to insure. If the people or the property have a history of multiple claims, their premiums may be higher. And if those premiums go higher, then that may tip the borrower over their pre-approved amount. You could be denied a loan if homeowners insurance is too much. So this is why we want the buyer shopping around in due diligence. We want them to get that secured in due diligence. Again, you guys, as a buyer's agent, I don't want to terminate. But if I have to terminate, the best thing I can do is terminate within due diligence to get my buyer their earnest money back. So when your buyer's shopping around, tell them, call Jake from State Farm, call Flo from Progressive, have them shop around to talk to different insurance companies. They're all different. And one thing that the insurance company is going to do when you request a quote for coverage is they're going to pull a clue report. This is an insurance agent's tool. The clue report is a comprehensive loss underwriting exchange, and it looks at the claims database over the last 7 years. So again, if the property has had multiple claims, and or the person has had multiple claims. It's going to show up in the clue report. And it might make getting insurance, you may have to pay a little bit more. Questions so far? Take our break. Not just any break, but our last break. Oh, okay, last break. Let's take 10. We come back. We'll wrap it up. back. I am taking attendance. Sabrina, I got you. Okay, so we talked about the CLUE report. So when I started this unit, little history, it used to be in pre-licensing and then they took it away. And then, I don't know, 5-6 years ago, they added it back. It's of my opinion, and it's just that, my opinion. But it's of my opinion, vacant properties was the big reason that they brought this unit back. Because listing agents, at some point, your seller's got to move out, yes? And if they're moving out a day or two before settlement, I wouldn't worry about it. If they're moving out months, if they're already moved out and the place is vacant, we need to encourage our sellers, our homeowners, to report to the insurance company that the home is now vacant. Vacant properties are more susceptible to theft and damage than occupied. There's a really good chance that their premium will go up for the time that it is vacant. However, failure to report that the property is vacant and something happens, insurance may not cover them. This takes me back to, can I make anybody do anything? Not that I figured out. So all I can do is highly recommend, once we find out that our people are moving out, our sellers are moving out, again, if it's a day or two before settlement, I probably wouldn't get too excited about that. But what I need to do in this scenario is make sure that our sellers know the dangers and the risks with a vacant property. Some of you may also be dealing with unoccupied properties, property managers, for example. You may be dealing with unoccupied. Unoccupied aren't as risky. They're not as susceptible to threat or theft. So just making sure they understand, worst case scenario, they call their insurance company and report the current condition of the home just to make sure they're covered. The other reason why I think this unit was added back, our homeowners, our sellers need to understand that the risk of loss is on them until that brand new deed is recorded. It's still the seller's home until that new deed is recorded. And guys, I can't tell you how many times I've been the listing agent and we've gone under contract and my sellers have said, yay, we're going to call and cancel our homeowner's insurance. No, if something happens while we're under contract, the risk is still on the seller because it's still their home. Some people think the day of settlement, the property will be doubly insured. The seller is going to have their policy. The buyer will have their policy starting. If the house burns down on the day of settlement, it's going to come down to a time stamp. What time was that deed recorded? The seller's coverage goes until it's recorded. The buyer's coverage starts when it's recorded. So just have these conversations. This is what all this unit is about. I can't make anybody do anything, but have these conversations with your seller. Congratulations on our contract. Do not cancel insurance. Oh, you're moving out 4 weeks before closing? I think you should call your insurance company and report that. Are we going to document those conversations? Yep. Because what do we document? Everything. And I don't want a seller coming back on you and saying, my agent didn't tell me that. So again, if this conversation happens face to face or over the phone, I need you to follow it up with an email. Per our conversation, report it as vacant and keep insurance. If the seller stays in the home past closing, do they keep their house insurance or is it buyer's house insurance? hang on to that just for 1 second. I got an answer to that in just 1 second. So when it comes to this, we're not an insurance agent school, but our role, we need to make sure, again, particularly for our property or sellers, our owners, they need to report a change in status of the property to their insurance agent. They also have got to maintain homeowners insurance through the day of closing. Questions so far? Our role with insurance. If your sellers or buyers, for that matter, have specific questions about insurance, we need to refer them to the insurance agent. Stay in your lane, you guys. Sometimes at closing, and this is going to address your question, sometimes at closing, possession doesn't necessarily happen when the deed changes hands, when the buyer's new deed is closed or recorded, excuse me, when the buyer's new deed is recorded. So we may find ourselves in a situation where we do a buyer possession before closing or a seller possession after closing. Closing being that moment in time when the deed changes hands, when the buyer's new deed is recorded. So you may have a situation where your buyer moves in before closing. You may have a situation where the seller doesn't move out right away. Whether or not we do either one of these is completely negotiable with both parties. I have a form for both of these that covers very basic things like how many days. This is for a short period of time only, so for like a week. The forms that we have are not meant for long-term leases. The big part, if possession's not happening at closing, the big part is understanding one party's acting as the landlord, the other party is acting as the tenant. Whomever owns the property has to have homeowners insurance. The other party has to have renter's insurance. And again, we got a form. We briefly mentioned this in Unit 10 when we were looking at some commonly used addenda, but we're mentioning it here again now because we're in the insurance units. So either one of these scenarios, we got a form. Is there risk involved with either of these? Of course there is. If your parties have a lot of questions, get them to their insurance agent and or their attorney. Stay in your lane. Questions on different possessions, buyer possession before, seller possession after. I've actually done both of these, and in talking to agents out there, I was pretty lucky because mine were pretty simple. These things can turn fast. So make sure you're using the appropriate paperwork. Get with your BIC. Make sure you're using your appropriate paperwork. I tell you what, my seller possession after closing, I was the buyer's agent, and the listing agent called me. We were getting closer to settlement, and the listing agent called me and said her sellers were building new construction, and of course it was delayed by like 2 or 3 days. Nothing to get excited about, but 2 or 3 days. And they asked for a seller possession after closing because these sellers had 3 kids, all under the age of 5. Let that sink in for a second. And they didn't want to move these kids twice, understandably, right? My guys weren't moving in the house anyway. I said, you want to make some rent on your new property? They were like, yeah. So we worked out a seller possession after closing. And I'm telling you, these sellers were so grateful of my buyers. Now the homeowners, they left this huge gift basket in the kitchen. They left the home in immaculate condition, cleaner than what I ever saw it when we viewed it. So sometimes the parties can work together and help each other out. Anything's negotiable, you guys. So does your buyer and or seller have to agree to do this? Nope. Anything is negotiable. If it's in the contract that the seller can stay late, so they still pay rent. It's not in the contract that the seller stays late. It's in the seller possession after closing addendum. We actually add to the contract. And then the seller would have to pay rent because they're now acting as the tenant. Isn't that funny to think about? Today you're the homeowner, tomorrow you're the tenant of the house that you've been living in for the last however many years. So they paid rent. I don't remember how many days they were there, 4 or 5, nothing crazy. Again, these are considered short term. So if you're looking at long term, we need an attorney to draft a lease up. Another thing dealing with insurance that we've kind of danced around, but now we're here, is flood insurance. Flood insurance is regulated by FEMA, Federal Emergency Management Agency. And FEMA is not just here to charge flood insurance. FEMA is here to help reduce the impacts of flooding, see if there's things that they can do to reduce what floods and how often. FEMA is also the one that designates flood hazard zones. So FEMA is the one that determines what area is in a flood hazard and what is not. If the property is in a flood hazard, then the homeowners may have to pay flood insurance. Lenders are going to want to know if it's in a flood hazard. Guys, flood insurance is not cheap. My coastal people can attest to that. Flood insurance is not cheap. And if your buyer's buying a property that's located in a flood hazard, we need to be on alert, because in addition to their homeowner's insurance, now they also have flood insurance, and it could be that it tips them over their pre-approved amount. We're going to have our buyers shop around for homeowners insurance. Homeowners insurance varies from lender to lender. Homeowners insurance agents most often also offer flood insurance. However, flood insurance does not vary from agent to agent. Flood insurance is regulated by FEMA. So when you're shopping around, you should have the same flood insurance because it comes from FEMA, it comes from the higher ups. And when you're shopping around, how much flood insurance you pay, they kind of use this algorithm with information of the property to figure out the risk. And based on that, it can determine what your policy is going to be. New book people, look on page 378. Old book people, look on page 358. There's 378, 358. And what you see there near the top of the page is the information that FEMA considers when determining how much flood insurance to charge. Again, they put all this information into the algorithm, and beep, boop, boop, based on that, it tells us what flood insurance is going to be. It comes down to the risk. That's math we don't have to do. There's good news, right? So again, have them shop around and due diligence, because if we find out flood insurance is too much and they're not going to get approved, then we'd rather know while we're in due diligence, terminate, get them their earnest money back. When you guys are working with buyers, if they're interested in properties and you know they're close to their approved amount, you may want to consider going to FEMA's website. There's various other sources where you can find a map, and you can actually find a FEMA map to tell you what is and is not in a flood zone. If we were in person right now, we would be here where the little red dot is. I'm in Winston-Salem. My Winston-Salem people, this is Stratford Road right here. This is Knollwood. This is Thruway Shopping Center. Just on the other side of Salem Parkway is a residential area. And you can see there's a flood zone back here. If I were a buyer's agent and I was helping my buyer, I'm not FEMA, I'm not an insurance agent, but I can look at a map. If my buyer was wanting to contract to buy this house, I would say we may have to deal with flood insurance. I'm not going to tell you if you are or are not, but I can look at a map and tell you that you're close and at least give you the heads up. Talk to your insurance company if you're not sure. Have your buyer talk to their insurance company if they're not sure. FEMA's language, verbiage is a little confusing. So when they talk about a 100-year floodplain, this does not mean this area is going to flood once every 100 years. Don't let the verbiage trip you up. The 100-year floodplain says that there's a 1% chance that this area could flood annually. Once an area has flooded for the first time, it's now in the 100-year floodplain. So this map does update on the regular. We had a lot of rain, record-breaking rain 7 years ago, 5 years ago. We had like 2 hurricanes come through this area, and we got a lot of rain. There were areas that never flooded before. And when 2 hurricanes came through, now they flooded. Now they're a candidate for the 100-year floodplain. Again, I'm not promising you have to pay insurance. I'm just saying, I looked at a map and there's a flood zone close to where you want to buy. We may need to take this into consideration. So with brokers for insurance, the location of any property in a flood zone, if it is in a flood zone, is a material fact, one that we have to disclose. But we also need to be on the lookout for signs of possible flood zones. Is the property near a creek or a stream or a river or a lake or a pond? Is there a body of water? We know what some of these thunderstorms can do. They sneak up on you in the middle of nowhere and they dump an inch of rain real quick. It turns streams into creeks, creeks into rivers, rivers into these angrily flowing. Water's pretty much going to do what water wants to do. I'm not an expert, but I can look out for my little red flag. Also, as brokers, listing agents, we have to have a discussion with the seller. Again, if it's in a flood hazard, if they pay flood insurance, it's a material fact that we have to disclose. Buyer's agents, securing insurance should be part of the buyer's due diligence. Remember, when we go under contract, the lender takes priority. We got to get the lender what they need so we can get that through the first round of underwriting. Once the lender is satisfied, get your buyer shopping around and have them shop around. Never look at a buyer and say, this is the insurance agent you're going to use. Encourage them to shop around, secure that new policy, and get the lender to approve it while we're still in due diligence. Questions? I wasn't kidding about Unit 13, was I? Short, sweet, and to the point. Don't we wish they were all like that? You may see a test question on Unit 13. Don't spend all your study time on 13. Those key terms are back on page 371. Key point review on page 379, and then your student quiz on 381. Questions? We good? I need to stop sharing just for 1 second. I am going to, at this point, we still got 18 and 16. I maybe need another hour, maybe, to get through those 2 units. Before I do those, though, I'm going to pause. And in our time together, we need to go over our exam rules and expectations for Thursday. When we are done at 1 o'clock, or when we're done with the rules and expectations, maybe even get out a little early, We are done. I'm going to stay on and keep recording. So you guys get units 16 and 18. You are welcome to stay on with me, but nobody is required to. You're not going to stay past 1. So if you're welcome to stay, I'd appreciate it. So I'm not standing here talking to myself for 45 minutes. But guess what? I can easily stand here and talk to myself for 45 minutes. No problem. But we do need to do these exam rules and expectations. And I need to take attendance again because I need to know who is and is not here. So everybody, please front and center in your camera. Make sure I can see you, not your ceiling, not your wall. I need to see you. We're going to pretend real quick like it's test day and I'm looking right at you. So I'm going to, let's smile one last time. I'm going to take attendance just so I can see who's here. And we need to make sure that we are all on the same page on Thursday. And that's what this is. This is one of these conversations, you guys. Give me, oh no, where'd it go? Give me just a minute to get through this, and then I'll open it up for questions. There's a really good chance I could answer your question between now and the end anyway. So give me just a minute to talk about it. Let's start with this guy. You guys feel this guy's pain? I love this guy. Do you feel him? Do you get him? Look at those answer choices.
My BIC literally sent me this exact thing. That's hilarious.
I can't take credit for the meme.
That's so great.
It's out there, but yeah, we feel his pain, right? You guys know where we're at. So the next time we see each other, the only thing we have left to do on Thursday is take a test. That's what Thursday is all about. So let's talk about what Thursday is going to look like. Again, maybe you've taken a pre-licensing exam before with a different instructor. This is taking your pre-licensing exam with me. Everybody good? Okay. So Thursday morning, first thing we need to do before we begin, I need to spend a little one-on-one time with you guys and do a check-in. I will talk to you in a second about what I'm looking for. I'm going to log on Thursday at 8:30. And I'm going to ask you guys to try to log on early because I can't start this exam until I have all of you checked in. There's 30, 31 of you, give or take, 32 maybe. So we're going to start checking people in. If you can log on early, great. If you can't log on until 9, then we'll just have to get you checked in real quick before everybody can begin. So I need everybody at least on time on Thursday. If you can be early, myself and your peers would appreciate it. Everybody good so far? For this check-in, one-on-one time, I need to see some things. It's show and tell. I need to see your basic calculator. Have you not been basic calculator shopping yet? Go today, tomorrow. I can't let you use a calculator on your phone. I cannot let you use the calculator that stores formulas. And I know you guys say, well, I don't know how to store formulas anyway. Well, you may not, but your calculator does. And I can't let you use it. So many times, you guys, people show up on test day with a T183 and say, Julie, can I just use this? What do you think my answer is?
No.
No, I told you guys on day 1, basic calculator shopping. Questions on the calculator. You need a pen or a pencil? You're going to start with 2 pieces of blank scratch paper. And I'm going to need to see the 2 pieces front and back. I need to see that we start with blank paper. The blank paper stays blank until the exam begins. Once the exam begins, if you're waiting to spit out any of those formulas that you have memorized, If you're waiting to put anything on that scratch paper, you cannot utilize that scratch paper until we all begin. So blank paper stays blank. We're going to start with 2 pieces. If you need more than 2 pieces, I will let you have another piece of scratch paper. I will talk about that in a second. Anybody want to know why I only allow you to start with 2 pieces?
Because that's how it's going to be at testing.
That's how it's going to be at PSI Testing Center. Remember, my job is to prepare you for that state exam. So we're all going to start with 2. And if you need more, I'll let you get more. If PSI needs more, you can get more. But we're going to start with 2. If you're on a laptop, I'm going to ask to see your space. So let me get where I can see me. Hang on. I'm going to ask for you to adjust your laptop up, no book, but I can see your empty or your blank space there. If you're on a desktop, obviously you can't do that. And now we're going to go by the honor system. So I need to see your space. I'll let you have drinks, snacks, whatever. Your textbooks and your notebooks are closed. My preference would be that they're sitting on the floor next to you. My preference on Thursday would be for you guys to say, Julie, here's my book, and I'm putting it right over here. Why? Because I let you guys take bathroom breaks, and I want to make sure that your book isn't in the bathroom. Are you guys here? Okay. I thought we froze up. Did we freeze up at all? No? Okay, good. So I want to know where your books and notebooks are. I also need to make sure that your phone is off. Can we all agree that silent and off are 2 different things? So part of the check-in, go ahead and turn your phone off before you check in. So then when you're checking in, you can show me that you hit the button on the side and it doesn't light up. I want to see your phone off. Yes, ma'am.
My son will be in school and he has severe asthma. So the teacher calls me. Can I just have the phone like in the background, like where you can see it, that it's not nowhere near
That's
me,
fine.
but okay.
That's fine. Questions on the check-in? This is our one-on-one time together.
If I've taken this before, but not with this particular thing. So you said turn the phone off. Are you logging on as far as to like track our computer and that sort of stuff and all that, like where we share screens or something like that? Or do I
Unfortunately,
need...
no, I can't see what you see. We're all going to log on to Zoom like we always do.
Okay.
So I can just watch you guys. Guys, a lot of this is on the honor system. The Real Estate Commission says if I suspect you of cheating, I'm supposed to take your exam right then and there, and we can talk about it later. So unfortunately,
my question is that do I need to have a webcam open at that point?
I can see you just fine right now. And that's what I need to see is you.
Gotcha. I'll touch base with you here in an email here, Julie. Okay.
I'm not getting it. I'm sorry. You guys log on to Zoom so I can watch you. I don't want any, and I think we're good. No virtual backgrounds, no dimly lit spaces. Again, I need to be able to see you, and sometimes in those virtual backgrounds, you disappear. A couple of you have the blurred background on. I'm just going to ask you to turn that off for Thursday so I can see clearly behind you. Make sure there's nobody behind you having a conversation with you. Again, I need you in a lit place so I can see you. This may answer your question, Graham. You're only going to have 2 tabs open on your computer. So you're going to log on to Zoom like you always do, and then you're going to shut down your email and you're going to shut down everything else. Once I have everybody checked in, I'll give you the link in the chat. You click on the link, minimize your Zoom, and just focus on the test. So you're only allowed to have 2 tabs open on your computer. The Zoom tab so I can see you, and then the exam once I give you the link. Did that answer it?
Yes, I'm texting you right now. You know me, my work computer, it's a work computer that I use, and my work computer will sometimes randomly just shut off. So I don't want that to happen in the middle of the test. So I've got an at-home desktop that can work. It doesn't have a webcam. So my question is I take it a webcam is required on this
Yes,
particular situation?
so I can
Okay.
see you. So you may need to
Okay.
log on twice, Graham, and I'm going to talk about what happens if we lose connection as well, because you know
Okay,
what, sometimes
cool.
that happens. So if you need to log in twice, and thank you, Graham, your point is, if you can't be seen on one and you work on the other, you need to log on twice, one to be seen and one to do the test. I'm okay with that. I just need to know. Do you have to be logged into ClassMarker to take the test? Nope, you just click on the link. It's kind of like the midterm. You click on the link and away you go. I'm not giving you the link until everybody's checked in. So we're all going to start the test at the same time. This is important, you guys. Once the exam begins, you are never, ever, ever allowed to unmute yourself. Once the exam begins, I am your only friend. I am the only person that you can communicate with. And the only way you can communicate with me is via direct message. I will have you guys set your private chats to just me before we begin. If you need to leave your camera for any reason, you've got to tell me. I'm not going to say no, but I need to know. Julie, can I go to the bathroom? Yes. Julie, can I go get some water? Yes. Can I adjust the thermostat? Yes. Can I get some more scratch paper? Yes, yes, yes. I need you guys to communicate with me. If you don't tell me why you're leaving your camera, I can only assume you're going to look something up in your book. Communicate with me. And the only acceptable method of communication is via direct message. A lot of you have worked really hard to be here. And I'm going to do whatever I can within my power to eliminate distractions. So nobody is going to unmute during the exam. Is everybody with me? If for some reason I need to communicate with you guys, unfortunately, the only thing I can do is unmute, but I'll try to do it gently so I don't startle you. I'll give you a heads up when you got about 10 minutes left. I'll give you the heads up. I'll mute myself for that. But you guys are only communicating with me via direct message. If you need to leave your camera for any reason, please just reach out to me via direct message. So the exam will begin. I'm going to put the link in the chat. You get 4 hours. There's 112 questions. Passing is 75%. You finish the exam. You make sure everything's answered. Remember, you have that link that says see all answers, bookmarked, unanswered, answered. You finish up, you hit submit. It says, are you sure? And boom, you know right then or there if you passed this test. When you're done, you're done. You don't have to hang around and wait for everybody else to leave. Once you see your results, you can log out of Zoom. Lane will be in touch later. I'll talk more about that in a minute. So just make sure that you see those results. And then when you're done, you're done. And we'll be in touch later. When you begin the exam, you're going to have this, which is basically says this is a closed book exam. I'm not going to cheat. I'm not going to have anything around me that could considered cheating, etc., etc. By clicking start, you agree to the terms. Question comes in. Do we message you before we log off? No, we'll both get the results. So as long as you see your results, you can go. When you're done, you're done. So you start the exam. So let's talk about the what ifs. Let's say when you pass. Lane will be in touch later on Thursday. She'll have further instructions on what you need to do next. She'll also have your certificate of completion. Remember, that's the last piece you need to submit your application. So maybe you're ready to submit your application, maybe you're not. But she will send you that certificate of completion, so you have it. Keep the email from Lane, because that does have important information, and check your spam. Sometimes she winds up in your spam. So when you pass, Lane will be in touch. If you don't pass, but you make at least a 50%, you are eligible for the retake on Saturday at November 19th. If you are eligible for the retake, Lane will be in touch. So she will send further instructions, Zoom link, all that good stuff. If you don't make at least a 50%, you are not eligible for the retake, and Lane will be in touch. No matter what the outcome is on Thursday, Lane will be in touch with you. So just hang tight, give her a minute, be patient. But pass, fail, or eligible for the retake, Lane will be in touch with further instructions. Questions on this? And then all the what ifs. What if we lose power? What if we lose internet? What if anything goes wrong? Stop and breathe. I have no control over Spectrum. I have no control over the weather. I have no control over Duke Power wanting to work on the line at your house that day. This is what I do know. I can't tell you if anything's going to go wrong. But what I can tell you is if something does go wrong, we will get through it. If you lose connection, turn your phone on and call me, and we will get through it. Right before we begin the exam, I'll put my chat or my number in the chat, and I'll even have you guys write it down on your blank paper. So if we do lose each other, ClassMarker has the ability to send out what's called a restore link. So when you get power back, you can pick up where you left off. We'll have to work out the details, but you're not going to lose previous work. So please don't worry about the what ifs. Just know that if anything happens, if anything goes wrong, we will get through it. We're absolutely here to make sure you guys have your opportunity to take this exam. So please don't worry. What questions do I have about Thursday?
So, Miss Julie, so the test will be mainly, well, you said 7, 8, 9, 10 is going to be heavily tested.
Correct?
And so the 13 one, you said don't really focus on that, but there will be like one or so questions on it.
So you have your end of class exam review that you can use to help you focus on what you might see on Thursday. And that end of class exam review also covers the retake. So if you're eligible for the retake, go back to the end of class exam review. Jane mentioned during the cram course that the math problems were cut in half. What does that mean?
I think that she meant that they were cut in half from what they were like previously, like years ago.
Oh yeah,
I
yeah. There
think.
used to be a lot more math on the test, and now you only got like 8 questions. I think when I took it, there were like 13. So they've eliminated math over the years.
I think that's what she was saying.
I don't know how recent, but today's test is what it is. Yep. Is everybody good? And guys, listen, I'm going to get out for 1 second. Remember, you guys, you have the ClassMarker tutorial and that email from Lane. So if you want a refresher on ClassMarker, you guys use ClassMarker to take the midterm. But if you want a refresher, where is it? I'm probably looking right at it, aren't I? Here it is. If you want a refresher on ClassMarker, how you can bookmark, how you can go back, look at that email from Lane that you guys use every class to access Zoom. And this gives you a nice little tutorial. Again, before you guys are done, the last thing I want you to do is click on see all questions and make sure every single one says answered. Make sure nothing is skipped, nothing is unanswered. You may want to consider going back through in this tutorial though, so you can just kind of refresh yourself. If you don't remember class marker from the midterm, this may help.
Julie, that test that you created for us under your folder on the online learning system, that was a great help for going over class marker as well.
Which one's that? The
Was it the cram test? No, not that. Under your name. Go under your name once.
I think it's at the bottom.
I know it's on there somewhere because I just took it the other day.
I
think
think
talking
it's
about the
under
oh,
like,
oh, oh, I know
review.
what you're talking about. It's up here in the 100% review.
yes,
Yes,
Under her name there.
yes.
And there is a 100% review specifically for you guys. Thank you, Cody. And you guys, this is one you can take again and again and again, and it gives you a refresher on class marker. Thank you, Cody.
Yep.
Anything else about Thursday? So important. We're all on the same page on Thursday. We come in, I check you in, you guys take a test. When you're done, you're done. I'm not going to give official bathroom breaks. If you need to excuse yourself to use the restroom, you tell me in a private chat. Don't take 10 minutes. I'm going to start wondering if you're not in there looking something up.
Hey, Julie.
Do what you got to do and get back to me on camera. Yes, ma'am.
Sorry. So for registration, we don't need to do anything beforehand. If we need to watch the tutorial, we can, but we don't have to do anything to, I guess, check in, except what we'll do that
Nope,
morning.
nope, we'll just do our check-in that morning, Aubrey, because I want to see your space Thursday morning.
Great.
So we'll do that one-on-one. And if you're on a desktop, you know what I've had some students do before that I kind of like. If you're on a desktop, considering, I got a scam call, considering logging on also on your phone, so you can use the camera on your phone to show me, and then you can shut your phone down. So if you're on a desktop, there are other things that we can do. Is anybody on a desktop? Let me prepare myself. Is anybody on a desktop without a webcam? One or two of you? So you may want to consider using your phone, logging on to Zoom. Does that make sense? Logging on to Zoom so you can show me your space with your camera and then shutting your phone down. So there's other options. And if you have specifics, just reach out to me. Let's work through these options together today or tomorrow and not wait till Thursday morning. Seem fair? Okay. May I offer you guys some advice? The number one piece of advice that I have to offer you Thursday morning, remember to breathe. Big, deep breaths, you guys, in through the nose, out through the mouth. If you're trying to do these short labored breaths, you're not helping yourself. Breathe. During the exam, if you look at a question and you go, oh my God, I've never seen this before in my entire life, stop and breathe. Get yourself back centered again. Always remember to breathe. In addition to breathe, read. So what are the two big things I have you guys doing on test day? Breathe and read, read and breathe. Every single word means something. So make sure you're breathing, you're centered, you're taking your time to read the question and the answers. How many of you are guilty of changing a right answer to wrong? Where are you? My hand's up too. Stop it. All of you stop it right now. Once you've definitively answered a question, why are you going back to it? When you put C and you know in your heart of hearts that the answer is C, why are you going back? You're setting yourself up to second guess yourself. You're setting yourself up to change it from right to wrong. Don't change it unless you are like 5,000% sure that it's wrong. If you're not sure, if you read it and you don't know, those are the ones that you bookmark. So you can go back to them when you know how much time you have. Go through the whole test and answer it. Answer, or bookmark. I always recommend saving the math for the end. Bookmark the math, Don't even touch it until you've answered everything else, and then go back and pick up the math. Of the math, save the how much does the buyer have to bring to closing for the end. That's the very last thing you should be doing, because that's what's going to take you the most time. I do need you to make sure that you answered any skip questions. Again, that's that see all answers. It's going to tell you if it's answered or unanswered. So please check that before you hit submit. We're going to save the math for last. And take your time, but watch your time. The class marker also has a countdown clock. So you can keep like half of an eye on it. I don't want you guys studying it, but be aware of your time. Again, when we're down to about 10-15 minutes left, I'll unmute myself and let you know you only got about 15 minutes left. So I'll watch your time as well. If you're down to that with 10 minutes, you just got to go back and answer unanswered questions. By the way, I have a proctor with me on Thursday. So there's one of the ladies that's helps us out with Carolina School of Real Estate, Kara. She's going to be on with me. You guys will get to meet her on Thursday, and she's going to help me watch you. So I'll have another set of eyes. Between now and Thursday morning, I don't need you guys spending all of your waking hours studying. I need you studying today. I need you studying tomorrow. But guys, there is such a thing as overstudied. And when you reach the point that you've overstudied, you're not doing yourself any good. At some point Wednesday night, I need you to put the book down and do what you do to relax. At some point Wednesday night, you have to know that you know what you know. So I need you to get a good night's sleep. I need you to you want to go for a walk? You want to take a bubble bath? I don't care. Do what you need to do to relax so you can get a good night's sleep, so your mind will be fresh Thursday morning. And get you something to eat in the morning. Don't go to Golden Corral and do a buffet breakfast, but get you something to eat so you're not listening to your tummy grumble throughout the exam. Take care of your mental self. That'll help prepare you for this exam. Bottom line, you guys, we at Carolina School of Real Estate wish you guys the very best. I've really enjoyed this class. You guys have been great, the interaction, and I appreciate you guys. Also, after class, Lane will also send you guys a survey. It's anonymous. We appreciate your feedback, not just on myself, but on the school. That helps us grow. We take these surveys very seriously, and we look at and consider. And again, it's anonymous, so you don't have to worry about hurting my little feelings. I'd rather you guys come out and be honest so we can improve. What questions do I have? Is everybody clear on how Thursday is going to look? I'll be sitting down too. I think that freaks some people out. You've never seen me sit, but you will on Thursday. I'm not standing here all day Thursday while you take a test. So I'll be sitting down. That's hard to sit still for 4 hours. You guys know. Again, if you need to get up and stretch, restroom, water, I'm good with all that. I just need to know. I need you. I'm Big Brother. I just need you to communicate. Fair enough? Don't give me reason to suspect you of cheating. Remember, I've asked you weeks ago to be in a distraction-free zone. Nobody else is in that room with you. If I see you talking to somebody in the room, I can only assume y'all are talking about the test. Let me show you one more thing. Thursday morning, as I mentioned, you guys are going to log on to Zoom. I'm not sharing my screen. So you guys' view is going to be like this. If you go up at the top in your view, you can change your different settings. And you may want to consider, I think it's maybe it's the speaker setting. But when you minimize Zoom, and you guys can all try this right now, when you minimize Zoom, I get like this little, like right now, the only thing on Zoom I can see is Aubrey because it honed down just to one. And what I can do now is take that Zoom and kind of tuck it off to the side. So you guys aren't watching each other during the test. You guys are just watching your exam. Kara and I are watching you guys. You guys are watching the exam. So don't let Zoom distract you. Minimize it and push it off to the side so you won't be distracted. Great question. Sometimes I mouth words. I like to read questions out loud. I've been doing this. We're coming up on 4 years. So you may be new to this, but I'm not. I can tell when you're reading a test question intently versus when you're having a conversation with somebody in the room. So if you read out loud to yourself, just make sure I can tell that you're reading that question. Guys, you'll be able to move your mouths at PSI. You're not going to be able to talk out loud because there's somebody sitting next to you taking the test. So I'm okay with mouth moving as long as it's not a full-blown conversation. Fair enough? Anything else? Well, as a class, we are officially done. I'm going to go on. You're welcome to go. I'm going to go on and pick up. We got units 16 and 18, new construction and investors. Like I said, it's going to take me about 45 minutes to get through the 2 units. Very short and very sweet. You are welcome to stay, but no requirement. I stopped taking attendance right now. So unless you guys have any other questions, if you want to go, I will see you at 8:30 Thursday morning. If you want to stay, I'm going to have to run and grab some water real quick before I finish up these 2 units. So with that, it's out here. I just need to run and get it.
Can I listen to you and turn my computer, like the video off, just so I can move you through my house and listen?
Right now? Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. I'm not taking attendance anymore.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. So let me run and get water, and then we're going to come back and pick up. It's unit 18 first, and then 16, but I'm really thirsty. So let me do that. Okay, thank you. So we are wrapping it up. So let's go back and pick up unit 18. And 18 is our investors unit. If anybody is currently an investor, or maybe you plan on working with investors, this is going to be a good place to start. One thing that investors and all homeowners deal with is taxation of their property. And taxation, if you're a homeowner versus if you're an investor, can be a little bit different. So that's what we're going to focus on in this unit. So there's a couple of different taxation things to consider. So we're going to talk about those tax benefits of the homeowner. We're also going to talk about the tax benefits of the investor. And I know that word says calculate, but you're not going to see a math. You're not going to have to pick up the calculator with these. I'm going to give you the definitions of adjusted basis amount realized and capital gain. And then we're also going to put those in formula. So while you won't have to perform a calculation, we do need to understand what these things are. So between the definition and the formula, we'll have a better understanding. So the first thing is tax benefits for your personal residence. And if you're buying a property for your personal residence, there may be some tax deductible expenses. If you're a homeowner and you haven't talked to an accountant or a CPA about one of those tax benefits, you may want to consider, because you may not be taking advantage of everything that you can. So examples of things that may be a tax benefit is going to be your mortgage interest, loan discount points. Remember, discount points are just prepaid interest. So you could also be taxed on interest or prepaid interest or get benefits. If your loan program has a prepayment penalty, that might be a tax benefit for you. If you got an FHA loan, you had to pay a MIP or a mortgage insurance premium. That may be a tax benefit. Some loan origination fees. So the year you buy your house, you may be eligible to some tax benefits right away. Buyer's agents, encourage your buyer to talk to an accountant the first year of homeownership to make sure that they're taking advantage of everything. Also, maybe tax deductible are this year's taxes. So not just your first year of ownership, but the years that you own it that you do pay taxes. This is another CYA. Now we're not calling our attorney. Now we are calling your accountant. Remember to stay in your lane. Questions on tax benefits for personal residents. So then the rest is about the investor. And with the investor, there's things to consider when they're selling their real property. We're going to talk about capital gains and all these. Again, just to give you the basic definitions, capital gains is what you realize from the sale of your property. So capital gains have to take into consideration what you paid for it, what you put into it while you owned it, and then what you turned around and sold it for. The difference, the gain, is going to be your capital gain. Cost basis is the owner's initial cost. What did you pay for the property when you bought it? Capital improvements are the major improvements that you made on your property while you owned it. So we looked at our cost basis, our capital improvements. What did you pay for it? What did you invest in it while you owned it? And the two together give you your adjusted basis. Your adjusted basis is your cost basis plus your capital improvements. Together is your adjusted basis. Your amount realized is what you sold it for. The difference in your adjusted basis and your amount realized is your capital gains. So what did you pay for it? What, if anything, did you put into it? Adjusted basis. What did you turn around and sell it for? Your amount realized. The difference is your capital gains. And again, we'll see formulas on this in just a second if you're a formula-brained person. When looking at tax considerations for the homeowner versus the investor, one thing that applies in the tax world is short-term ownership versus long-term ownership. Short-term ownership is somebody that's owned it for less than 12 months. Who is the example of the short-term owner? Somebody that owns it for less than 12 months, typically. Anyone guess?
Maybe an investor.
The investor, the flipper, that's their job. They buy a property, they flip it, and then they turn around and sell it. They don't get to collect. Short-term owners don't get to collect on capital gains. The amount realized for them, their tax benefits for them, are within the ordinary cost of doing business. So their job as a flipper allows them to take tax benefits. So when you're selling your property, if you're a long-term, typically speaking, you're the homeowner, not the investor. If it's your principal residence, I don't know. If it's your principal residence, we're going to talk a little bit more about this, but if you're a married couple filing jointly, you may be able to get some capital gains up to 500,000 tax-free. This will make more sense in 1 second. If you're a single person or you're married filing separately, you maybe get some capital gains up to $250,000 tax-free. Again, we'll play that out in just a second. Another thing for tax consideration of your principal residence, you've had to occupy it at least 2 out of the last 5 years, and that doesn't have to be consistent. As long as you live there, it equals up to 2 years, then you may be eligible for some of these tax considerations as your principal residence, as your primary residence. So we've defined capital gains, we've defined adjusted basis, we've defined those words. So now let's put them in formula so we can see them in motion. The first step to figuring out your capital gains is to figure out your adjusted basis. Your adjusted basis is your cost basis. What was the purchase price plus any allowable closing costs? These two pieces together equal your cost basis. Add to your cost basis your capital improvements. Cost basis is what you paid for it back in the day. Capital improvements is what you did to improve it significantly. Something of added value. The two together equal your adjusted basis. Now fast forward to when you're ready to sell this property. And now we got to take into account your amount realized. So whatever you sell it for, minus your allowable closing costs, gives you your amount realized. And when you take the difference of your amount realized and the difference of your adjusted basis, you're looking at your capital gains or if you had any loss on the property. We're getting ready to look at an example. Again, I really don't think you guys are going to have to pick up a calculator, but you may need to answer a question about how we get to capital gains. So you got the formulas and you got the definitions. So everybody put your pencils down. Put your pencils down. Let's just think it through for a second. So you originally purchased the home for $398,000 and you had $1,550 in closing costs. When you take your purchase price plus your closing costs, you get your cost basis. Had this person had capital improvements, then we would have added the capital improvements, and that would have given us our adjusted basis. This person did not have capital improvements though. 20 years later, this home sold for $920,000 with $600,000 in closing costs. So fast forward to when we're selling it, what did you sell it for minus those closing costs? And that gives you your amount realized. The difference in the two is what may qualify for capital gain taxes. If you are a married person filing jointly, then you can have an exemption of $500,000. If you're a single person or a married person filing separately, your exemption is only $250,000. And that's where those numbers come into play. So you're a married person filing jointly, you have capital gains of $519,850. We deduct that $500,000 tax exemption. So now you may only be able to get taxed on $19,850. Isn't that much better than being taxed on $519,850? So the capital gains is a benefit. Again, if this is new to you and you're thinking about selling your home, please get with an accountant to make sure you're taking advantage of all these. I don't know the current tax rate because I'm not an accountant, but if we were just to assume that the current tax rate was 15%, your taxes for selling this property is $2,977.50. Much better than paying 15% on $519,850. And that's what these numbers, that's what this is referring to. Questions? There's also some special rules. Again, if any of this applies to you, if you're talking to consumers or any of this applies to them, encourage them to talk to their accountant. Lots of us have home offices now. Home offices are definitely more popular now than what they were pre the pandemic. Certain rules may need to apply, but you might be able to write off the space as an office in the home. You guys, this little corner, this is my tax deduction right here. This whole little corner is a write-off because it's all business back here. There's no fun that happens back here whatsoever. It's all work. I'm just kidding. I'll always have fun. But this is my tax deductible. This is my office in the home. If you are doing an installment sale, we talked about these at the end of Unit 10, and an installment sale, the buyer's paying the purchase price, but they're not doing it in one lump sum. They're doing it in installments. The owner may have some tax benefits as they collect these installment payments. And then vacation homes may have tax benefits as well. Again, certain rules do apply, so get with your accountant. I know, for example, in order to count a vacation home for tax purposes, you can't live there more than 14 days out of the year. When we say this is a vacation home, it is just that. You only get 2 weeks. If you're there for more than 2 weeks, then you may not be able to take the benefits of the vacation home. Get with your accountant. There's also it's an IRS program called a 1031 exchange. This is an investor's tool. And what this does, if the investor is selling an investment property and using the proceeds of that sale to purchase a different investment property, they can defer paying taxes on the investment property that they sold. Nice program for investors. You sell a property, you take that money to buy another investment property, you can defer paying taxes on your capital gains. And there's no end to this. Buy and sell, or sell and buy, sell and buy, sell and buy. And you can keep deferring paying those taxes. Get with your accountant. Unless you're an accountant, remember you guys, I can't give advice. Let me rephrase that. Unless you're an accountant who's current on the tax codes, knows what's going on today. I know we all have TurboTax, so we're all accountants, right? Yeah, no. You doing your taxes on TurboTaxes does not make you an expert. The other thing that a lot of investors look at is depreciation. Depreciation, we learned, is just the loss in value for any reason. So as properties depreciate, what is eligible for taxes, tax benefits may also adjust. Accountants use the depreciation. The most common is straight line depreciation. So let's say this property has an effective life of 40 years. And we put a cost on the property of 500,000. I'm just making numbers up. We know it has an effective life of 40 years. So if I take 500,000 and divide it by 40, I get 12,500. And what straight line depreciation says every year for the next 40 years, every single year, it is going to depreciate by $12,500. That's all straight line depreciation is. Again, it's an accountant tool to help investors determine what can or cannot be deducted. I think I said this is an investor's unit. This is an accounting unit. And that is unit 18. I think it's like 6 pages in your book, maybe 7. So those key terms, again, what we just focused on, that key point review, and then your student quiz. Questions on unit 18. Last unit, 16. This is our developers unit. Please note a couple things. This is our basic residential construction. So we're not getting into the full-blown building a house, but we do need a basic understanding. And this also only refers to residential. Commercial properties are just, they're usually just built differently. So specific to residential, having a basic understanding. I'll tell you guys what, buyers like to point at stuff and say, what's that? So having this basic understanding can help us answer some of their questions. So we're going to describe just some basic architectural styles and types, and then we're going to talk about the basic components of a home. In North Carolina, for residential property, we tend to mostly use wood framed. So wood comes in, lumber comes in, 2x4s, whatever. A lot of commercial property may use a steel frame. But mostly in North Carolina, our residential uses wood frame. It's less expensive. It provides the builder with flexibility to create the different skeleton, the structure of the home. Most times, all times, that wood needs to be treated because we have things like termites, for example, that we need to make sure from the beginning they're not getting into that wood. So with wood frame construction, and this isn't all of the types, but this just gives us an idea of some of the more common, more popular types of residential styles. The ranch home has all of the living under one roof, on one floor, I should say. They're all under one roof, on one floor. So you have your living room, your kitchen, your dining room, your bedrooms, bathrooms, everything is on one level. Maybe you have a basement, maybe you don't, but the ranch is one level living. The split level, you have your main level living on the bottom here, and then at some point, usually in the middle of the home, you have a staircase. On the second floor here, on the second floor, usually your bedrooms. The first floor then is often below grade space and is maybe a bonus or a den, laundry room, for example, maybe down there. But you have all your main level living, your kitchen, living room, dining room. Don't confuse a split level with a split foyer. With a split foyer, you walk in the front door and you got 2 choices. You go up or you go down. So a split foyer is a 2-story home. It's just split at the foyer, at the front door. A 2-story home then, your living room, living room, kitchen and dining room are mostly going to be on the main level. Maybe you have your primary bedroom on the main level, but mostly you're going to have your bedrooms, possibly your primary, on the second story. And then your contemporary is usually a more unique. You're not going to find a custom builder building a contemporary design. This is more of a unique, hire a builder and let them create it for you. Interestingly enough, when we look at the different architectural styles, and again, there's others out there, but this is the most common. Interestingly enough, let me ask you guys, which one of these do you think is more than likely the most expensive to construct per square foot? Not overall cost, but per square foot.
Ranch.
Ranch. I'm hearing ranches. And I would agree, because the two most expensive components when you're building a home are the roof and the foundation. And with a ranch, you got everything under the roof. You got everything on that foundation. A 2-story may be the same square footage, but you have half the roof, half the foundation. So generally speaking, per square foot, the ranch is going to be the most, because of the roof and the foundation. I think we can all agree contemporary can get really expensive really fast. So that's why we say generally speaking. So now we're going to break down the different components of a home. Now we're going to break this down. You may want to take a quick picture of it, screenshot or quick picture of it. You have the PowerPoints as well, but we're going to break this thing up into sections. Again, this just kind of gives us a basic understanding. Just like developers, we're going to start at the bottom, at the ground, and build our way up. So the first component we're going to talk about is our foundation. The very first thing done in construction is that footings are put in. A trench is dug, and then footings, usually some kind of concrete, is poured into the trenches. The foundation then rests on the footings. The footings help support the foundation. So we start with the footings. They got to be below the frost line. Depending on where you are in the country, may depend on how deep the frost line is. The further north you go, the deeper you got to dig to get past that frost line. So the foundation rests on the footings. We're going to talk about the different types of foundation next. What we're looking at here, this is a foundation for a crawl space. And you can see in crawl spaces and basements, they use piers to help support. You can see a property with a sagging floor. Doesn't mean it's bad. They just need a support. We perform, if your buyers ever want to know if the floor is level, do the chapstick test or the marble test. If you put that marble on the floor and it rolls away, there's a slope. The different types of foundations, the crawl space. The crawl space just lifts the home off the ground. It allows for ventilation and moisture. Some crawl spaces are taller than others. Some you're literally crawling. Others you might be able to stand up or slightly stand up depending how tall you are. A basement then is a story high crawl space. So a basement is a full story. Maybe it's finished and used for occupancy. Maybe it's unfinished, used for storage. And then the slab, there is no space underneath. They just pour concrete right on the ground and then build the home for there. It's been my experience, buyers have different preferences. Some want a crawl space or basement, some want a slab. It's just a preference thing. All have pluses and minuses. Some may argue with a slab, a disadvantage with a slab. Once they pour that concrete, because they put the piping in and the electrical in, and then they pour the concrete. So that plumbing is where it is in a slab. At least in a crawl space or a basement, a lot of times you have the plumbing underneath. So if you want to remodel your bathroom, you can move the sink from here to here. On a slab, the plumbing is where it is, and you don't have that flexibility. Again, though, it's a preference thing. Coming up from the footing and the foundation, you have the sill. The sill is the lowest horizontal piece of wood. It sits on top of the foundation. Girders might be used to help stabilize or help level the foundation. On the sill or the girder goes the floor joist. The floor joists support the entire weight of the first floor. The floor joists take on all that weight. They're connected to the studs. We're getting there. They're connected to the studs by the sole plate and the top plate. Again, we'll see that next. And then on top of the floor joist goes the subfloor, which is usually plywood or particle board. On the subfloor is what we put our flooring on. So our carpet goes on the subfloor, tile, wood, laminate, whatever kind of flooring you have. Moving on up, you have the studs. The stud's the vertical lumber that connects the floor to the ceiling. The studs are what gives the property its structure. Have you guys ever heard people talking about the bones of a property? As long as the bones are good, that's what we're referring to as the studs. It's like the skeleton, right? And it allows you to start seeing the different rooms, the outside, the exterior. Studs connect, the sole plate connects the floor, the top plate connects the ceiling. The sole plate, I always remember it's the bottom, because where's the bottom of your shoe? The bottom of your shoe, your sole is at the bottom. The top plate then is up. But they both connect the studs. And within the studs, within the framing, you're going to have gaps for doors and windows. And over those gaps needs to be a header. And a header is just a piece of horizontal wood that helps support that gap, that opening. If the door's open, we don't want it falling on you. So there's just an extra piece of support called the header. Couple different type of framing systems. The platform is what we use the most common. With the platform, each floor is framed separately, and that's what we're looking at here in this picture. So you have framing of the first floor, you have another floor joist, and then you have the framing of the second floor. So the floors are separated. Balloon framing systems go from the foundation to the ceiling. You don't have that separate flooring for a two-story home. And then post and beam framing systems, this is more like, I think of our mountain lodges, like Thomas Kincaid homes. It's different lumber that's used, usually extra larger than platform or balloon. Primarily just for aesthetic purposes. Moving on up to the roof. You got your top plate that's connecting your ceiling joist. The ceiling joist supports the entire weight of the roof. So I got the floor joist to support each floor. I got the ceiling joist to help support the weight of the roof so it doesn't sag in on the property. Rafters are the sloping members of the roof. North Carolina, we like triangle shaped. Gable roofs, we'll see that. So those are our rafters. The ridge board is the highest point of construction. Roofs are designed so water flows off. Gutters help water flow away from the home. Water in your home is not good. So a lot of construction deals with support and moisture control. At the end of the rafters, you have eaves, and there's a couple different components of the eave. The eave is the part that kind of juts out from the house. Again, helps keep water away from the home. The soffit is, it's got a little bunch of holes in it, and it helps allow ventilation for the attic. When we log out in a few minutes, if you go outside and stand flat against your house with your back straight against your house and look up, you'll be looking at the soffit. The fascia board is at the end of the eave. The fascia board is what we connect our gutters to. And proper gutter drainage flows water away from the home. It takes it straight from the roof. And then a freeze board, again, it can offer ventilation, but it's usually for decorative purposes, what we see from the street. Help give the house its character, its charm. Questions on our basic foundation, wall, or ceiling framing? Now we got to put some walls up, specifically our exterior walls. Sheathing is added to the frame. Sheathing is usually some kind of particle board, plywood, something like that. On top of the sheathing goes what we're seeing most commonly today is our house wrap. That's what you're looking here, that white. And then on the house wrap, we add our exterior siding. The exterior siding is what you and I see. So this is your vinyl siding. You could have brick, stone, shake. Again, it just kind of gives the home its character, its appeal. Homes have windows. Couple different types of windows, sliding windows, move up and down or vertically, side to side. So sliding windows have a piece that moves. Swinging windows usually have a crank and they swing out. There's usually some kind of awning that keeps those windows protected. You crank them on, you crank them open, you crank them closed. Fixed windows don't open. Those are our picture windows. That's what you're looking at. So they're just there for decorative purposes, allow us to see the outside. Some components of a window. The window sill is the bottom. The sill is the bottom. The window jamb are the sides. The header is the top. Again, the header's on top. Where's your head? Your head is on top. So that's where the window header is. The sash is the piece of the window that moves. So if your window opens up, the sash is what moves up. If your window moves from side to side, it's the piece of the window that moves. And muttons and mullions are words I made up just to see if you guys are paying attention. I'm just kidding. Muttons and mullions are real words. I got you though. Muttons and mullions, these are the cross hatches of the windows. So muttons are the horizontal pieces. Interesting. Mullions are the vertical pieces, and they're the cross hatches here. Muttons and mullions. thinking that through. I took French in high school and I don't, that was a long time ago though. Thank you. Most homes also come with doors. You have exterior doors and you have interior doors. Your exterior door is different than your interior door. Your exterior door hopefully has some kind of thickness to it to prevent people from easily kicking it in. Your bedroom door, your closet door, they're often hollow. So interior doors, exterior doors are different. Couple different finishes. The flush is a smooth finish, a smooth door. The panel is what we're looking at. There's raised indentations, just giving it a little bit of character. Sliding glass doors are often found leading out to a patio or a balcony or a deck. It's window, slides from side to side. And then French doors are found, they're more upscale designs. Usually we have glass panels, maybe crystal doorknobs. Glass door or French doors can be found maybe, for example, leading from the kitchen to the formal dining room, for example. Doors also have components, but the good news is door components are the same as window components. The sill is the bottom, the jamb is the side, the header is the top. Some components to the roof. Decking is the sheathing for the roof. So on top of the rafters goes the decking. On top of the decking is some kind of roofing felt. Shingles attached to roofing felt. And shingles are designed, they're laid in a way to help water flow away from the home. You guys see these shingles and the creases are at the bottom, and the hopes that that water runs off the roof into the gutters. The gutters push the water away from the home. The pitch of the roof is the slope of the roof. The larger, you guys are rise over run. Is that a flashback? The larger the rise, the steeper the roof. Some roofs are steeper than others. Look with me real quick. Where are we? Page 449. That's a new book. 449. Okay, so new book, people, I'm actually on page 450. Old book. Uh, 428. So 450 or 428. Now what we're looking there is just some different roof designs. The gable is the triangle roof I mentioned earlier. This is probably what we see most common, most often in North Carolina. You may also have a hip roof. With the hip roof, all four sides come together. The dormers, you guys see dormers there? Those are little windows on the roofs. Sometimes you can walk out on them and access, sometimes you can't. That's one of those things that buyers like to point at and say, what's that? Now you can impress your buyers and say, well, that's a dormer. Salt box roofs, we see quite a bit around here too. It's usually a story and a half home. So you have the full story on the first floor, and then you only have half of the home, half of the story on the second. So there's your salt box roof. The flat roof is what we see most often in commercial. A big concern with the flat roof is drainage. So part of constructing commercial properties is there has to be adequate drainage so that water doesn't sit, create weight on the roof. In commercial properties, usually the flat roof, that's where you're gonna find your HVAC unit, your AC and your heat. So again, just different roof designs, roof constructions. Homes also have insulation. Insulation materials can be bats. That's the old school ones. They just come in these big roll and you just take it and roll it out. Today we're seeing more modern methods of insulation. You got a loose fill, which is what the Pink Panther is doing in. You kind of blow it in and it hardens. You can also have a foam. You spray it and it kind of expands and offer that insulation. Weather stripping helps with exterior doors and windows that are drafty. We want to keep the home, keep moisture out, keep your power bill down. So if you have drafty windows or doors, consider some weather stripping. And then as mentioned, I mean, a big part of home construction is moisture control. So ventilation in the attic, proper ventilation in the crawl space or basement, vapor barriers in the crawl space and basement. They kind of look like white trash bags. They're not, but they look like white trash bags to help keep that moisture control. And insulation comes with different R values. The higher the R value, the more resistant to heat it is. So you want your higher R value in the ceilings. Mountain homes, just in general, have a higher R value. Helps keep the elements, the heat and the cold, from penetrating into the home. So what we need to know here is that the Uniform Residential Building Code sets minimum standards. And part of those minimum standards give builders various R values, help resist that heat or cold. Most homes have some kind of heat and AC system. The HVAC is what we're seeing most commonly in homes built today. It combines it all: heating, ventilation, and air conditioning. That's what HVAC stands for. Heating, ventilation, and air conditioning. HVAC can be powered, electricity, natural gas, solar, all sorts of creative heating options. You go out west and you could be dealing with wind. Couple different types of heating systems. The central forced warm air, again, is what we're seeing in new construction, usually in the last half century or so. We're seeing central forced warm air, forces the warm air throughout the different ducts, through the vents of the home. Older homes, you may come across some alternative heating systems. If you want to start showing property that's 100 years old, we didn't have HVACs 100 years ago. So older homes, a gravity warm air system has no ductwork. It's a central furnace. It pretty much sits in the center of the home, and it warms from that central furnace. Electric baseboards are connected to the wall, the baseboard there. They can generate heat. Space heating systems, think about like your kerosene heaters, wood stoves, radiators. Radiators are those things that are like coiled. Again, older homes. And today you might come across some solar heating systems. Maybe there's solar panels on the roof of the home to capture energy just for that home. Maybe you can find a huge solar farm. My Winston-Salem people, if you go out Clemensville Road, like across from Hobby Park, there is now a huge solar farm out there. It's capturing energy for multiple uses, not just for one. AC units, again, homes built today more often are going to be built with an AC unit, a central forced air, that HVAC system. If you're dealing with an older home, though, you may have window units, window AC units, or room AC units. The heat pump combines the heat and the air. And I think this is what we see most often in homes built today. Again, you deal with an older home, you may not have the luxury of a heat pump. BTUs are just how we measure heat. British thermal units measure heat. It's not uncommon today for large homes, specifically 2-story homes, to have 2 units, one for the first floor and a smaller one for the second. We know heat rises. Yes. So if your first floor unit is so busy heating the second floor, your power bill is getting very expensive. However, if you can have dual units, you can regulate the second floor and the first floor. When you're showing property, you're going to see 1 or 2 units outside. You're also going to see thermostats. If you see a thermostat on the first floor and a thermostat on the second floor, there's a good chance it's dual heated. There's 2 systems working both. And all this building stuff, all these building codes, they just don't come out of thin air. It's all regulated currently by the North Carolina Uniform Residential Building Code. We talked about building codes back in Unit 6. Remember, building codes they set minimum construction standards for building. So if you're going to build, if you're going to be a developer, you need to follow Uniform Residential Building Code. HUD properties or properties going FHA or VA loans are going to have different criteria. So HUD sets minimum standards on properties that are going to be backed. They're going to back the lender. The government is going to back the lender. And if you're thinking about building or development, a great place to start is to get your general contractor license once you get your real estate license. So your general contractor, your GC, they can help coordinate. They work with subs. So they know an electrician, a plumber, a painter, a sheetrock guy. They know everybody that can come in and handle a construction project. Does anybody remember? We said there was a minimum if the project was at least or more than X amount, then a contractor, a lien agent had to be involved.
Is it 30,000?
$30,000. Yep. Yep. And that's a North Carolina thing. So if you're doing major construction and the project's more than 30,000, then we want a lien agent to kind of oversee the operation. I mean, think about it, $30,000, you're adding a room, finishing a room, and you're dealing with several different subs. You're dealing with the sheetrock guy, the plumber, the electrician. You're dealing with several different subs. Questions? Everybody celebrate with me. Woo! That's it. We did it. We are done. Again, you guys, look at Unit 16. You can get yourself another test question. Don't spend all your study time. 13, 16, and 18. Pretty much what we talked about. I blew through those in what? Hour and a half. What's that tell you about those 3 units? And I think they're easy to gravitate to because they're short and there's a little information. They're a lot less intimidating than Unit 7. Yes? Just make sure you're focusing that study time. So those key terms are back on page 443. Key point review on 453, and then your student quiz on 454. That's it. Y'all now know what I know. You'll learn the rest as you go. One step at a time, right? Step 1, Thursday. Step 2, state exam. Then we can get you out practicing. We can get you out helping people buy and sell real estate. What questions do I have? Comments?
Thank you for everything.
Of course. Thank you guys.
Yeah, thank you, Julie. Appreciate it.
Thank you guys. It's been good. I've enjoyed you guys.
How our
Guys-
class get so small? I mean, it's not small, but it lost like a a lump sum of people.
Right? A little
Life-
too.
Like, where'd
Life
they go?
happens. Life happens. I know a couple of our people got job offers,
Oh.
you know? It's kind of hard to turn that down, right? So I know
I
some
miss
people
Phil. I hadn't
what?
seen Phil. I said I miss Phil. I hadn't seen Phil.
Right.
I'm used to hearing him.
He said, I hope my absence isn't. I said, I'm sure it will be.
Definitely.
No, we miss him. I feel like we
Yes.
both about that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But, you know, we're here. This is who we have. So this is various reasons, you guys. Like I said, life happens. One of our ladies found out she was pregnant. So now she's got to deal with different life, you know? So things
Right.
happen from the time you sign up to today, right? Congratulations to all. Best of luck to all. And as we tell them, whenever you're ready to get back into real estate, Lane and I will still probably be here. So we'll, when life brings you back to it, we'll be here.
Well, I hope not to see you on this side again, Julie.
I second that.
I truly enjoyed you as
No.
my teacher twice.
Post licensing.
Right?
Right.
Come back to me for post, right?
Definitely will. I truly enjoyed your class, which is why I made sure that I got you right back again, because I really think you're an amazing teacher. I really do.
Thank you, Kiki. I appreciate that. Thank you, you guys.
You do a great
That's
job.
awfully kind. Thank you, guys. It's a lot of information and it's a lot to absorb and it's a lot to take in. And listen, I'm going to be honest with you guys. Remember we said you're a broker. They're pretty much handing you a master's degree
Mhm.
without any field experience whatsoever. So sometimes it's hard to learn this stuff if you have nothing to attach it to.
Right.
Understand this. Once you get that license, now you can get out and start getting that field experience.
Aha moment.
And that's Aubrey. That's when things are going to start clicking all over the place.
Yep.
And that's where this is going to come into play. We just got to get you past these steps to get you there. It will come together, you guys, I promise. But one step at a time. So I appreciate you guys. If I can help tomorrow or today or tomorrow, just let me know. Last minute questions. Understand when that exam begins on Thursday, I can't answer any more questions. I get asked, but once that link is given out, Q&A time is over. So take advantage of it between now and 8:30 Thursday morning. Y'all have a great afternoon. We'll see you on Thursday.
You as well.
Thank
Bye,
you.
Olga.
Thank you.